Hello. How are we doing this week? Who's sniffing at me? Stop sniffing. So I believe last time we left off having to figure out some sort of trading dispute. I think we have to talk to somebody and stop a trade from going through. We have the wrong window open. There we go. There's some sort of merger. Prevent the acquisition of the White Scarab Company by the Abyssinian Trading Company. I have to go to the ATC's offices in the port quarter and convince the company's board to vote against the deal. Solvis also mentioned that Sonka of Hagoket, the only board member who currently opposes the acquisition, has offered her assistance in convincing the rest of the board. Thank you, Third Eye. Did I place a mark here already? I'll place another one. Oh yeah, last time we got ebony.
Welcome, Moon and Star.
There it is.
I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, Putty. Move that down. Put that right there. Have Jeff Bezos' money.
What was that?
But yeah, last time we also got ebony. We enchanted... Oh yeah, we enchanted a shirt with water breathing and telekinesis and pants with restore fatigue for 10 points. Yeah, we did a bit of enchanting last time. We also have a ring that opens doors. Or a necklace. A Cash's necklace. Oh, and at the end of last time we killed this lady to see what would happen. I actually think there's a... there's a choice we can make in this quest line where we can overthrow her.
If I can be of any assistance, I'll be happy to help.
But I don't know how that shapes up. How that shakes out. Is it even possible to make a character essential in Morrowind's code? I don't think you can prevent them from being killed, but I think you can trigger a pop-up message when an NPC dies. Like when we when not last time, but the last time we were in Morrowind, the gremlin was killed and it had its own custom message. Like you've severed the threads of merriment. Poco, yeah. Mud. You might as well be named.
Speak up.
Alright, we gotta go to the Abyssinian Trading Company offices. Where is that? Where is that? Nope, not that one. Alright, so it's right on the port quarter.
Oh, Did you want something?
You made Fargoth that way for your first back path video. I didn't change anything in the game. I just edited that, like, in the video. You know, I grabbed a different clip of somebody who was essential dying, and I cut out the little box and I put it in the other clip. So I didn't actually change the game. There's a lot of lies I can tell using editing software, and you would never know. I like how this rock has a Santa hat. Wait, is it enchanted? Putrid hat, drain personality. What buff does this give? 5 points of endurance. That's the thing about the eating a baby through a sewer grate line. That wasn't edited. That was actually in... That was in the game. I didn't do that. I was genuinely shocked when I heard it. It just basically means you're so hungry you could eat a gross thing through a gross thing. It means it sounds different nowadays. White Scarab. So what's going on today? What's in the agenda today? We're continuing with the Anvil questline. But right now we gotta stop a trade from going through.
All right, go ahead.
I'm listening.
We're looking for Sonka. Yeah, Sonka. Where's Sonka?
Yes?
I thought it said Charles. That's a really normal name.
You have something to say to
What
me?
is what kind of name is that? Like a Bosmer name? Khajiit name?
Let's hear it. Yes?
Check hyphens for Argonianness. Sonka of Hagoket. Where is Hagoket? Oh. In Imga. Okay. You're the Queen's envoy. I'll get right to it. The crux of the problem is that we're outnumbered. Whether or not the acquisition goes ahead is going to come down to how the board votes. And at the moment, the majority is for it. I've done what I can to change the others' minds, but they don't want to hear it from me. So I'm hoping they'll listen to you instead. I have ideas for how you can convince each of the board members except Marcella Marin. Just remember that we only need 2 of them. I'm the company's director of Valenwood operations. Marcella Marin is the chairwoman of the board. She's in her office on the top floor. I saw Haley Sanderell, the director of the Somerset Isles operations, just downstairs. Visarius Cartius and Leah, the directors of Cyrodiil and Hammerfell. And they're in the yeah, we already ran into all of them. Halisandarl is soft. Too soft for this line of work sometimes. He supports the acquisition, but I bet you could change his mind if you showed him proof of the White Scarab Company's seedier side. I know for a fact that it employs members of the Calimez. The Calimez? Who's Calimez? A revolutionary group mostly made up of Cyrodiil Red Guards and their Olamon sympathizers who want such return to Hammerfell. They've been linked to all sorts of criminal business, drug smuggling, burglaries, and most recently, a string of high-profile attacks on unsympathetic politicians and companies. Their ties to the White Scarab Company are just one more reason why I think the acquisition is a bad idea. Okay, so terrorists, or, well, depending on who you ask. Cyrodiil. Do the new races have unique voice lines? I believe some of them do. I've noticed that Inasai NPCs don't seem to say anything. The Khajiit first stocks just use Khajiit lines. I haven't run into a Chimeri K yet, but they probably just use High Elf lines. Quest forks into an evil and good quest line. Might want to do a permanent save if you intend to do both sides. I mean, sure, we'll put a save here, but I doubt I'm going to actually do both. So Halisandarl, if we can get evidence of the White Scarab Company's work with the Calimez, he will vote against it. Laya hasn't decided how to vote. She oversees the company's operations in Hammerfell, and her main issue with the acquisition is the effect it could have on our relationship with Redguard's salt exporters. I'm thinking that how could Anvil have problems getting salt? I'm thinking that you might be able to consult the Somatana Company, a big Hammerfell company with a branch in Sharak. When they say that the deal would affect their own exports, and they will, you can tell Leah that she was right. It'll probably be enough to make her oppose the acquisition. And we only need 2. Misilamarin is a good friend of the company's majority shareholder, Harius Themistrel, who is a vampire. If you're wondering if you could change her mind on the acquisition, I wouldn't bother. Harius wants it, and Misela is well aware that her position as chairwoman relies on keeping Harius happy. Visarius Cardius is the newest member of the board and eager to please. I suspect he has some doubts about the acquisition, but he's not willing to rock the boat by voicing them. Fortunately, as an outsider, I think you're well positioned to get through to him. Figure out what his issues are and reinforce them. You might have to butter him up first, but I don't think it'll be any more difficult than that. Okay, so give him money.
What's this about?
Is this TG or KOA? This is the Knights of Anvil. Or Kingdom of Anvil. Kingdom of Anvil. Not the Thieves Guild. Oh, that's the... It's like the secretary.
My patience is limited.
Misela mentioned that you'd be coming to oppose the acquisition. You know, I've done the math. This deal would help the kingdom too. Considering the amount of salt we'd be moving and the current tax rate on it, the royal coffers would be taking in almost twice as much from the company as they would without it. And we, of course, would benefit from the streamlined and shortened supply chain. Everybody wins. Okay. We need evidence of them working with the Hammerfell guys.
Yes, Redguard.
Having decided I'll be voting, on one hand, I do see the benefits this would have for the company. On the other hand, I take my position as the company's head of operations in Hammerfell seriously. At present, the Abyssinian Trading Company conducts a great deal of business with Hammerfell salt exporters who want their product moved overseas. But if we acquire the White Scarab Company, we will become those firms' competitors. I have a hard time believing that we will remain on good terms with them if that happens. So I should probably talk to the salt exporters here in Anvil. This guy, I could probably just throw money at him. I'm leaning towards approving the acquisition. It's simply too big of an opportunity to pass up, and yet, well, it's such as biggest company, and we haven't gotten King Atrebus's approval. It feels like the kind of thing that might inspire retaliation. Yeah, and this mod such is going to be a city rather than just a fort, as we see in Oblivion. Or can we just... It's too risky. You should vote against it. Ah, you're right. Here, take this. I should have listened to my gut from the start. All right, I trust you. I'll vote against the acquisition. I just need to think of what I'm going to say to Misella. Just say you're going to vote against it.
Please,
He has weird
go
eyes.
ahead. I'm all ears.
Well, it's because they're just like a texture on his face. They're not actually like recessed.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
All right, go ahead.
That was my favorite Elder Scrolls YouTuber. I'm fine, thank you, Casual Rasual.
Speak freely, friend.
They ran out of time to implement such into Oblivion. I don't know. I hear those things a lot. Where it's like, oh, they like crunch time. They ran out of time to do this. They ran out of time to do that. They ran out of money for this, for that. It could have just been they just decided not to do it. It's on the map in the main menu.
What is this about?
Where would the Hammerfell thing be? I do wonder how much is true and how much is just like apocryphal rumors that have become true. Like the claim that Oblivion's voice acting sounds weird because the lines were given to the voice actors alphabetically rather than like in context, which just sounds absurd. Like no one would actually do that. Like that seemed like I can't imagine anybody in the chain of command being like, yeah, let's do that. Let's give them the lines alphabetically. Like there's a level of incompetence I can expect from people just in general because, you know, people are, you know, we're all dummies. That just seems strange. I can't even think of how you would... Because like when people make mistakes with things, you can still kind of look at it and be like, okay, well, I could see the logical pathway for it. I can't understand a logical pathway for giving voice actors the lines alphabetically. Like, I feel like it would take more time to get the final product from the voice actors if you gave it to them alphabetically. And also, some lines go together well enough that they like some lines that would be really far apart alphabetically do sync up decently well. So that it wouldn't make sense for like if they were disconnected, then why do they sometimes line up decently well? Maybe they're just in the game data alphabetically. That makes sense. Because, like, why wouldn't they be? Alright, what are we looking for? We're looking for, like, the salt traders? Are there salt traders here? Or did I make an assumption that was not true? It's all apocryphal information, another one of Hermes' tricks. Yeah, exactly. The White Scarab Company, Shipworks. Who doesn't want this merger to go through? The people who wrote the lines probably never interacted with the voice actors. Yeah, but the people who wrote the lines wouldn't have written them alphabetically. They would have written them, you know, based on plot lines. Like, you're not going to write all of Lucien Lechance's A lines and then write all of Armand Kristoff's A lines and then go back to Lucien Lechance for B line. Like, you're going to write everything Lucien Lechance says when you're writing Lucien Lechance's stuff, right? Any teaser for the new YouTube video? I don't have anything. Well, I mean, I have the stuff recorded. I'm still writing the script. Watch the VODs and see if you can figure out what's coming next. Oh, it's in Shira. Okay. Hammerfell base, Somatana Company. I thought it was here. I don't know why I was thinking it was here. It's gonna be the More Deadly Denizens mod, where we collected the artifacts. Still trying to figure out what I should lead with, though. It's like, I collected all the artifacts, or should it be like, oh, Morrowind's more deadly? Like, which would be the more interesting? Which would be more enticing? I think the former. Although I technically don't collect all the artifacts, I just collect all the ones in the book. We'll see how it all shakes out.
I've got a few minutes if you need something, friend.
Let's see, Somitana? Is that the name of the... Yeah, Somitana. But usually when I hear, oh, here we go. When I hear stories about like weird things that, you know, developers have done, or just weird things that people have done in general, like I try to, because it's hard to know like what's actually true and what's not true, like what's a story and what's factual. You know, because there is the weirdness with beggars in Oblivion, but that's not like a voice actor issue or like an organizational issue. That's just the way the game's pulling voice files. That's the weird thing. But when I hear these stories, I try to think like, assuming the people working on the thing weren't being like, they weren't malicious, like they were actually trying to make a product that was a good product, why would they do it this way? And sorting all the voice lines alphabetically and then giving them to the voice actors makes no sense in any context. I can't imagine somebody actually doing that. Unless they have, I don't know, friggin' chimpanzees handing out the scripts. Like, that makes no sense. So it can't be true. Like, you know, you got to go from, what's that? There's like a political science theory where it's like, you assume everybody acts rationally. I mean, it's not always the case. Sometimes people act irrationally, but like for the most part, people act rationally even if what they're doing is irrational, they think they're rational in the moment. Lambert claims he wasn't thinking about it. That makes no sense though. Because why wouldn't the voice actors be like, why are these? Because some of the lines flow well enough that wouldn't make sense. They're probably trying to expedite the process for cost's sake, but that would make it take longer because they wouldn't get the desired results if they alphabetize it. It just doesn't make sense. If anything, you would want, I don't know, to give them the longer lines first, not the A lines first. He said he put it in a binder in alphabetical order. That's just weird. Like, I can't imagine somebody actually thinking that was okay. Like, even if you have no experience with voice actors, like, have you ever read something aloud? Am I confused that people make mistakes? That's not a mistake. That's like an entire like error in workflow. That's like making a whole book writing a whole book standing on your head. Like, that's not a mistake. That had to be a decision. Like, maybe sorting NPCs alphabetically, so you got to do all the A NPCs first, makes sense. Or like the A storylines make sense. Or the A storylines first. What am I trying to say? Even I can't speak now. But separating every single line alphabetically? Hold on. Jeez, we're only like 30 minutes into this freaking stream and I'm already confused as hell. The sound designer and audio director at Bethesda Softworks. Creative people think in weird ways. Yeah, but they're not stupid. Okay, Screen Rant. Let's see what Screen Rant has to say here. I need to find an example of like two voice lines that aren't alphabetically close to each other, but that flow together decently well, where it would only make sense for them to flow in that way if they were spoken one after the other. The Mark Lampert revealed one more crucial aspect. The voice actors recorded their lines in alphabetical order. They had virtually no idea what the context of any given line was. Each line was essentially treated as a standalone fragment of dialogue that could be inserted into any conversation at random. With no good way to organize dialogue lines in a more logical manner, given the lack of experience in making a fully voiced game, as well as technical limitations, this was difficult in preparing the script. Well, that makes no sense either. With no good way to organize dialogue lines, there is a good way to organize dialogue lines. In order. Like, I wonder if this is specifically about Radiant AI. Like the Radiant dialogue for stuff. Or like ambient dialogue. Not questline dialogue. Like the random shit is like, saw a mud crab today. Like that. These games don't have an order for quests. Well, I mean, the specific quests, like you're not going to get Lucien Lachance's 5th line before his 1st. Like, it makes sense for Radiant stuff that it would just be alphabetical, because it's like, oh, there's no context. Well, there is no context to be needed. Or like stuff like when I remember one time I was talking with that vampire guy, the guy who was accused of being a vampire but wasn't actually a vampire, Gene or Jen Sarek or whatever. You'll talk to him and he's like, you know, he killed her right in front of me. And then you could press Kvatch. He's like, you're the hero of Kvatch. Like, it feels very dissonant because it's unrelated. But they're not related voice lines. So it makes sense they wouldn't go together. To be inserted into any conversation makes it sound radiant. Quest dialogue is not any conversation. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So when people say it's alphabetical, they might not mean everything. They might just mean the radiant crap. Like, you know, the whole... I ran into... Grimble yesterday. I'm like, oh, I see you were doing whatever. A mud crab. You know, those... They don't need context because they have no context. Anyway, let's get back to this. Welcome to the Somitana Company's Chirac branch. We have fine goods from Hammerfell and daily necessities. If you're... Oh, no, I don't care about this. Acquisition. Why would the salt business be affected if the Abyssinian Trading Company acquired the White Scarab Company? No. Well, normally we charge for consultations, but you seem like you have friends in high places. Let's settle for you keeping the Somitana Company in mind when you do business next, perhaps. Now then, the White Scarab Company is a big player in the salt market, and the Abyssinian Trading Company is very well connected. It might take a bit for the effects to show, but I can imagine the acquisition being disastrous for Hammerfell's salt exports. Let me summarize my thoughts for you. Financial analysis has been added to your inventory. Oh, financial analysis. Cool. Whoops. Thank you. The Xbox 360 version has the correct lines. I don't think the issue was that the Oblivion lines were incorrect. It was... The question was how they were recorded. It's like, oh, they sound weird because they were recorded alphabetically. But I don't know if that's true for everything. I think that might be an over-exaggeration. I was hoping there would be a super dry financial analysis. I was hoping for a spreadsheet.
Sarah?
Oh, I looked it up. I remember last time I was asking what first stock.
All right then.
Yes.
Where is he?
Roll.
What first stock this guy was, or this lady was? She is a doggy rat, or a doggy. It's a doggy. They're a tree-dwelling Khajiit. apparently. Why didn't they fix the issue in a patch? Sounds like an easy thing to do. Well, this was still like 2007. So, like, patching something over the internet probably wasn't as easy of a thing to do. It would probably be easier to patch with, like, the Game of the Year version or something.
Greetings.
Like, download speeds weren't terrible at the time, but they still weren't just like... It was like, oh, download whatever you want, whenever you want. Because they were still selling, like... I mean, I guess you... Do they still sell... PC games on disc? Or is everything just download at this point? Rebuttal horse armor? Fair.
So where are you from?
They have first stock that looks like elves? Yes. The guild guide in Anvil is a Khajiit, but she looks like a Bosmer with face paint. Also, the Khajiit you play in Arena is an Omes. With Omes is the one that looks like an elf. The Omes Rot looks like an elf with some cat features.
The sun and moons transform day to night, but what transforms the mind?
It's over there.
Can we
Helena murdered a bunch of Khajiit because he thought they were elves. Well, they have pointy ears. If you don't have it backed up and you don't have a physical copy, it's much easier for a corporation to decide you don't actually own it anymore. Even if you have a physical copy, they could still do it because they could just decide that you don't have the correct, cryptographic key or whatever. And, DRM. Fuck you. So it don't matter. I don't know why. Really quickly, I thought that was a naked woman. It's fruit. Where's my mind? Guys, don't look. It's soap. I like Valve's approach to, well, I don't know how they actually handle it. I'm sure Steam has its issues. I like Gabe Newell's, the way he words it is that piracy isn't an affordability issue, it's an accessibility issue. Or what's the exact words he used? Basically, if there's an easy way of getting the product, people will pay for it just because it's easy to get. You know,
What's your story?
if DRM makes it difficult to actually buy the thing and use the thing, that's gonna entice people to pirate. Piracy is a service problem. Yeah. It's not a price problem, it's a service problem. Piracy is still pretty popular. Well, yeah, because there's a bunch of DRM that's a pain in the ass. Or like, it's the service problem. There's some services that aren't very good. So people are like, I'm going to circumvent this. and just pirate it. That's why I hate exclusive games. You know, it's like, why is there a limit? Or why are we prevented from being able to access certain things? Or like why are there arbitrary barriers? People who want free shit can mostly be ignored. They'll always exist and aren't real customers. Yeah. The way I see it though, most people who pirate stuff, they wouldn't buy it anyway. And basically, there's gray area, but my take, for the most part, is if there's no way for me to buy the thing that gets money to the developers, then pirating it it's not even ethically questionable. Like, if the only way I can get the thing is by buying a used copy from some schmuck on eBay, like, it doesn't matter if I pirate it or buy the used copy, because the people who made the game aren't going to be getting the money anyway. It gets a little more murky when it's like a new thing. Like, I'm not saying that pirating a $70 game is ethical. And I'm not saying it's ethical or unethical, but I'm saying it's not unethical to pirate like a 30-year-old game that no one makes anymore. So basically, emulators. I mean, who gives a what? Not that I've ever done it. Never. I haven't decided how I'll be voting. The Somatana company agrees with you. I received this report from them. These financials are worse than I expected. I guess that settles it then. There's no way I can vote for the acquisition in good conscience. All right. So that's 2. We only needed 2. So let's go talk to that lady. The gorilla lady. Where is she? Game Pass is funny because it's a fantastic service for consumers, but the worst business decision that Microsoft is currently making is actually hemorrhaging money. Twitch is technically not profitable either for Amazon, but they still continue doing it because I think it draws more money to Amazon, like using Amazon itself. So you got to think, like, sure, Game Pass might be in the red, but does it increase profits in some other part of the company somehow? Twitch has never been profitable. Yes, but if there was no reason, like why would they? This is something I've been Googling because I'm curious why. Like, if it's not profitable, why do they keep it? There must be something it's benefiting them for. And if I'm not mistaken, Twitch has to pay Amazon to use the web service thing. So really, Amazon is paying themselves. So are they really losing as much as we think they are? Like, I don't know. And how much does Twitch drive Prime membership? Who could say? There must be some sort of benefit to having Twitch, otherwise Amazon would just get rid of it. Thank you for your help. You can let Goldstone know, and I'll be able to handle the rest. Okay. But, you know, my understanding of economics is pretty limited.
Go ahead.
So maybe there's weird tax things. I don't know. You continue to impress, bailiff. The Queen is still deliberating on a proper way to deal with Harrius, but this will undoubtedly delay his plans. We could just kill him. He's a vampire. Your reward is twofold. First, a sword from the Royal Armory, and second, a recognition of your efforts. The Queen has expressed interest in your serving her directly. However, her duties can only be assigned to those who have achieved the title of Seneschal. Isn't a Seneschal a Khajiit Firstock? I may advance you to the rank of Intendant, but the decision to name a new Seneschal is hers alone. A lot of companies are willing to operate some elements at a loss, either to maintain market dominance or function as a tax write-off. Market dominance makes sense. You know, you corner the market and then you make the service shitty. As a tax write-off, I don't know. I guess it depends on how, like, are the losses that companies write off as tax write-offs, they don't act as a tax credit. They just reduce the total amount of profit that the company had made, which isn't, you want to intentionally do that because you're still reducing your profits. So it's not like, I don't know. Money's confusing when you start working in the billions. Seneschal just makes me think of Dragon's Dogma. It's a Khajiit city. Tamara rebuilt as an FPS killer. Yeah, it is. It's rough. One more thing. In the event that you completed your task successfully, the Queen instructed me to offer you the sale of the city's newest home, Goldenrod House, before it reaches the common market. It's a beautiful property, and in my opinion, would be a fitting residence for one who has proven themselves as valuable to the kingdom as you. The price is 10,000 septums. Please let me know if you have an interest in it. Senchal is the southernmost elsewhere city. Senchal. Okay, so this is Seneschal. Senchal, so it's similar. In 2010, Minecraft was free. It cost $10, so I was pirating it. Oh. My understanding is that it comes down to intricate forms of accounting and having multiple companies under one large conglomerate. Yeah, it gets confusing at that point. Does he have any more? Oh, we are now a reeve. And an intendant. Does he have another duty for us? I have no more duties for you. Okay. I believe. So we did Pelelius's stuff. We just did Solvus Oryx's stuff. There's Lurius Alro in Brenna and there's Velina Telvor in Sharach. How do I join the Thieves Guild in Old Ebonheart? I hear something about sewers. I can't remember who you have to talk to, but I don't recall it being in the sewers.
Greetings to you. A pleasure to meet you.
So yeah, we could probably work for the Queen right now, but I want to do other quests. Yeah. Oh, the Thieves Guild in Old Ebonheart. I don't know why I was thinking Anvil. Yeah, the Kataraya bar. That's where it is. Ember's Kataraya. Am I using classic fall off? I have no idea.
I wonder if she heard me say that.
All right, let's go to Brennicross.
Yes?
You want something?
Should use MCAR for attack animations. Yeah, I use that for a little bit. Yeah, maybe I should try it again. There is another mod for one-handed. No, not one-handed. First-person animations that I was using for a bit. It's not bad, but it's a little weird if your FOV is kind of high. Like with some swings you see inside your shoulder. Kataraya, a subtle nod to the indie cult classic Skyrim. Kataraya was she the Empress after Tiber Septim died? Was she the first one after him? She was significant. I just don't remember who she was.
Any time now.
Oh, really? The sword we got isn't even enchanted? It's just a regular shitty sword? Want to buy a sword? Thanks. She's like the 4th or 5th after Tiber Septim. There's something about her that's notable. Beyond just being the Empress, but I don't remember what it was. Was she the first Empress? She might have been the first Empress. Let me Google it. Kataraya. She was the 13th Empress. Okay. She was the consort of Pelagius III, the Mad Emperor. She was the first and only Dunmer to rule all of Tamriel. So that's what was notable about her. She was a Dunmer. Did she get assassinated? I don't know. Let me go back to that page. She reigned from 3E153 to 3E200. So she reigned for a while. She died in Black Marsh. She was not a septum. Her second son was Uriel. She was killed in a minor skirmish in Black Marsh, and she was succeeded by Kycinder. Yeah.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have
So she was a
prepared place for
non-septum.
you.
Thank you, Perpetual Pilot. I hope one day they'll let you land.
I must
must say,
But try to land
I find
upright.
you most interesting right now. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is the Khajiit that looks like an elf. They're really cute. Yeah, pet.
Interesting.
I'm trying my hand at rosemary and olive French bread. Let's hope it goes well. I made... This isn't bread. Or bread.
Looking for a particular ingredient.
I made a... It wasn't pad thai, but it was like pad thai. Made it yesterday. It was pretty good, except I don't like bean sprouts. So that kind of ruined it.
What does the red guard need?
Been watching a while, never seen a stream. Love the content. Thank you very much. First chat. Where would this person be? Did they ever address the forts in Oblivion? In this mod, they're clearly Remon design. Why would they... Well, this is only like...
I think I could spare a few.
Morrowind only takes place like 4 or 5 years before Oblivion.
I'm listening.
Hello there.
That's
How
an
are you?
ugly outfit.
I don't like the bean sprouts because they taste like dirt. As a commercial pilot, we have had many jokes about staying upright while landing. No one died during that, right? How did that happen? I just saw pictures of a Delta plane upside down, and I was wondering, just... Is that a joke? I haven't really looked much into it. With how many planes have been having issues lately, I'm just kind of... It's hard to keep track of which one's which. Did they mention when they were built / in use? I don't know. Did I wash the dirt off them? I did. I did wash them.
I see I stand in good company.
The sauce was
What
good
can
though
do for you?
that I made. They didn't have tamarind paste at the store, but they had somehow they didn't have pre-made tamarind paste, but they had like macerated tamarind blocks.
What do you want?
So another Khajiit. So I was thinking like, okay, so I'll get those blocks and I'll make my own tamarind paste because I saw online that there's a way to make the tamarind paste yourself. So and after making the tamarind paste, my recommendation, if you ever
What
are
was
gonna
that?
do it yourself, don't. It's a pain in the ass.
Again.
Let's hear it.
Watch your steps.
Because you got to put it in, you like break it up, you put it in boiling water, and you let it sit in the boiling water until it cools. Then you have to strain it, or you have to like mash it and then strain it. But it's so thick that it doesn't actually like. If your sieve isn't the right size, it'll either not go through the sieve, or a bunch of the seeds will go through with the sieve.
Speak freely, friend.
Just it was annoying, but it tastes good.
So, where are you from?
Tastes good. The sauce that I ended up making with it was good. So I can use that sauce for other stuff. Or I can make the same thing again, just, not use the bean sprouts. Where is this person? What does this run? We're doing the Kingdom of Anvil main, quote-unquote, main quest. Glorious Alro is in the Halgern Manor. Okay. Cool, never heard of it. Well, it's the Project Cyrodiil mod.
Talk is free. What do you want?
What was I going to
So-
do today?
And it was released rather recently. Like within the last, 2 months? You sure you didn't buy dirt-flavored bean sprouts?
Sweet moon sugar.
Crash is still under investigation, but it seems pilot error.
If you care to talk, I would consider it a privilege.
He has big eyes.
I see I stand in good company. What can I do for you?
Duties. The marshal requires aid in collecting unpaid taxes. Oh, man. Well, gotta be a freaking... The publican of the Crossing Inn, Christophe Moraine, is behind on his taxes. The marshal generously provided an extension to his payment period, but due to extenuating circumstances, I'm afraid he has no choice but to demand the money now. We need a new boat, so we need the money. Christophe owes 100 septims. Please head over to the Crossing Inn and help him understand the situation. The worst recipes are the ones that require a lot of work, but at the end you realize that you could have skipped 90% of the steps and it would have tasted the same. Well, that's the thing with recipes. You try them the correct way the first time around, then you can, after that, then you can take
Not a lot of pretty
shortcuts
ladies around.
once you have a good understanding of what you're doing.
Speak freely, friend.
That's why they say cooking is as much an art as it is a science. You do the science first, and then you get a little creative with it. Where is this in? Oh.
All right, I'm listening.
Give me your taxes. Excuse me, I was given an extension. I can't pay just yet, but I will before the deadline. The marshal needs it now. I don't care what the marshal needs. I was told I have more time. If he needs money now, that's his problem. You know what? I agree with this guy. You're given an extension. You got to respect the extension. I'll pay the taxes for you. You will? That's a very generous thing for you, stranger. Thank you. I don't have much to give, but if you ever need a bed or a drink, you'll find one here for cheap. Thank you. Do I play Magic the Gathering? I don't. I did try Arena for a bit. Not Tess Arena, but Magic the Gathering Arena, the online thing. It's okay. I like the art. Why can't I find the place now? Why does everything look different when you're not paying attention? I'm surprised MTG Arena is actually decent, unlike the previous MTG Online. Here's the question. Was MTG Online before or after Hearthstone? Because it seems like Hearthstone figured out figured out a decent model. And now all the other card games have like took off because it's like, oh, now we know how to do this.
I see I stand in good company. What can I do?
I remember all the Game Boy Advance Yu-Gi-Oh games. Those are fun. Moto was before. Yeah. Hearthstone is too grindy. I've never played much Hearthstone. I'm just saying, like, it seems like all of the online card games were pretty hit or miss. And then Hearthstone came out, and now everybody has a card game. But they seem to know how they work now, so they're actually not terrible. Yes, here's the tax. Looks like it's all here. The marshal thanks you, as do I, but there are more duties for you. Rip Elder Scrolls Legends. That's why I don't... That's part of the reason why I don't want to get into these card games. Because they could just be gone. Like, at least with real trading card games, you have the cards. Like, you own the card. Like, even if they stop printing the cards, you still have them. But if the game closes, all your cards are gone. You know, you can't, like you're screwed. The local wagoners have formally requested the marshal pass judgment on an ongoing payment dispute. The group raising the complaint is the Colovian Wagoneers Association, the CWA. Antonius Medericus, a local brewer, has accused them of tampering with 2 shipments of Aliu they delivered on his behalf, and so he is refusing to pay them. The marshal has requested assistance in locating any evidence that may aid him in making his decision. Please visit the involved parties and see what you can find. It's another thing I worry about. Like, I'm so cautious playing these live service games that have sequels, because they're just gonna make another sequel, and then all the shit you got on the previous one ain't gonna matter. Unless, like, did all the skins from Overwatch 1 transfer to Overwatch 2? Like, for example. Because if they didn't, that's really shitty. Do all the microtransaction bullshit that you get in Path of Exile 1 transfer to Path of Exile 2? They're supposed to? Okay. Still makes me nervous because, like, oh, well, our terms of service never said we had to do it. You know? All of it did for Overwatch? Okay. Alright. That's good. Still makes me nervous, though. Those kinds of things. Because they don't... Like, there's no guarantee that they would. You just kind of gotta hope they do. And if they don't, they'll create, like, a stupid excuse. Like, oh, well, to revolutionize our engine with shifting paradigms and pushing the envelope, we need to redistribute the electrical dynamics. You know, the stupid business speak. Okay, so we gotta go talk to Antonius Medericus. I don't know what's worse, the fact that they do the double speak at all. Like, the fact that they're doing the thing, that's shitty, or the fact that they won't just say it. Like, if you're gonna be a prick, just say, like, we want more money. You have to buy the stuff again. It's like, okay, cool. Now I know... Like, now I don't have to waste my time trying to convince people that's what you're doing. Because now we all know. Like, if you're gonna be an asshole, just be an asshole. Don't sit in a rose bush and pretend your asshole's nice. You know? You're an asshole. That analogy didn't work out too well, but you got my point. One other hat. Shrine of Saint Delisle. Beast of Caravan. Oh, feather? Oh, 50 points of feather. Nice. It's not bad.
Any time now.
What can he do for you?
Todd Howard in the damn horse armor. And if it wasn't him, somebody else would have done it.
Speak freely, friend.
I'm all yours. Please, go ahead.
What am I looking for? Brenner Cross is so small, but I feel like I don't know where anything is. Gotta go to the brewer. Oh, well, let's talk to the caravanners.
Yes, Red Guard.
Oh, I don't know why I saw Darrenendo and I immediately saw, oh, Nintendo. Nintendo, the High Elf. Ross Scott from Accursed Farm is campaigning against the death of video games and the legality of live services. Yeah, I've seen that. Wasn't a corporate doublespeak that ruined Overwatch. I mean, I would have been interested in Overwatch if it had the PvE stuff, but the fact that it didn't, I lost all interest completely. So, I mean, that's me personally. He's been shipping his Aliu through us for a while, but a bit of bad luck, and he's all up in arms against us. Payment dispute. The way things work around here is simple. We transport your cargo or provide guards for other people transporting your cargo, and then you pay us. Antonius Madericus. I'm just gonna call him Madercus. Antonius Madercus is apparently unable to understand this. A few of his Aliu deliveries went bad. Now he's accusing us of sabotage and making a big fuss about it. I don't like her because of the way she's talking about him. She's very flippant and very dismissive. So we're going to have to talk to the other guy and see how much of an asshole he is.
Speak freely, friend.
Did you know that
What's this about?
the Oblivion horses have anuses? It is textured.
Speak freely, friend.
What is this regard?
Like the texture, it has a texture, not textured as it. Like I didn't feel it. I can't. Not that I would want to, but
What is this about, Redgar?
anyway. Where's Madercus?
All right, I'm listening.
Would I consider a sphincter a door? No. But the question of are there more wheels or doors in the world? There are cellular wheels. Basically, there are rotors in some cells that are like the flagella. So the flagella just spins. So, and that's like a bacterial element, or not element, like organelle. That's a bacterial organelle. And bacteria are like, there are so many bacteria in the world. There's one bacteria for every 2 bacteria. Like, it's ridiculous. So there's more wheels than doors. Unless, well, do ion channels count as doors? Here he is. Welcome to the... I'm Antonius Madercus, the man himself. Okay, he seems like an arrogant prick. I object to the term dispute. Oh, God. This guy's a Redditor. It's a payment demand for services the Colovian Wagoners Association deliberately sabotaged. Are you aware that my last 2 shipments of Aliu were completely ruined when they arrived at their destination? The buyers were forced to make another purchase from Sigorn Lacorius. If it had happened once, I would have chalked it up to simple bad luck. But twice is a pattern. They won't be getting any more of my money. I feel like the channels would be doors. Yeah. And we gotta trust you, bat scientist. You would know. Bat science. Bats are cool. I like bats. You don't see them much. But it's always... Well, I don't see them much. Mostly because they're out at night. And I can't see at night. But when I do see them in like the evening, they're flying by. They're fun to watch. Because they fly like... They fly like they don't know how to fly. Do you have any proof? Proof? No, they would never let me get my hands on anything so damning. The fact that I can't get proof proves that there's proof. You can't see at night? Well, I can't see when it's dark. No, I didn't pay for the premium subscription. I only have 16 hours of vision. But I did see something. When I went over there to give them a piece of my mind, I saw one of them, the orc, reading something. A letter. Of course, orcs can't read, so why was he staring at it? He put it away as soon as he saw me. But I could tell by the look in his eyes it was something important. I I guarantee you he still has that letter somewhere, and I guarantee it's the missing piece. This guy seems like a prick as well.
Speak freely, friend.
You want something?
I have to see the bacterial organ, because I have difficulties understanding how a wheel with an axle... Wait. Well, it's a rotor. It's like an electrical... It's basically like a motor. It's an electrical motor. So in the same way that like a DC motor has... Or like a brushed DC motor spins, you could argue that it's a wheel. The, yeah, let me say, bacterial... No, wait, hold on. Why was the first... Bacterial vaginosis. Why was that the first thing on Google? Okay. Not bacterial infection, not something general. No, we gotta get specific. Bacteria rotor. Let me see. There are diagrams of it, but it looks way more mechanical when you look at the diagrams. But really, it's like a bunch of proteins and chemicals, so it looks like a mess in real life. Well, I mean, you probably can't see it in real life, but you know what I mean. But like, this is like a more, I don't know, sciencey looking diagram of it. It's like that. And it spins. Like this is the flagella. A little spermy tail. And I think this spins and it makes this spin. So by spinning, it can go forward. It's pretty cool. So does that count as a wheel?
You wish to speak?
And do bacteria have ion channels? Because if they don't, then that would mean you have bacteria with a bunch of wheels, but no ion channels. So many wheels, but no doors.
I see I stand in good company. What can I do?
Now here's the real question. Are there more doors or hinges? Because then you have to ask yourself, does a hot dog bun count as a hinge? Or is it a sandwich?
May your kills be quick and
A black Colovian for a home. Most doors have multiple hinges. Yeah, but a hot dog bun doesn't have a door. Is a mouth a hinge? You know? Is your elbow a hinge? Yeah, exactly. Are there more eyes or feet?
Yes.
With broad enough standards, anything could be anything. Well, let's define hinge then. I would argue a hinge is anything that connects, anything that pivots, and something that pivots in one like direction. So like your hip wouldn't be a hinge because it's like a ball. A hinge would have to have, it opens and closes in one direction. So your elbow would be a hinge because you can't like go sideways with it. Dogs have 4 feet. Do dogs have 4 feet? I would say in this context, yeah. Let's say dogs have 4 feet. But then you got fish. Fish have no feet. Okay, so this orc had a letter. Insects have more than 2 eyes. Do compound eyes count as multiple eyes? Or is it just 2 eyes with like just like structures of, because if a compound eye counts as multiple eyes, then all the eye cells in the back of our eyes, or all the light cells in the back of our eyes, should count as separate eyes, but I don't think they would count as eyes. So, you know, a dragonfly has 2 eyes. Letter the orc is reading in the association building may serve proof of his claims, but where would I get the letter? Oh, here. Nope, that's meat. I thought that was a letter. Don't you hate it when you get letters confused with fish? There are more bugs and spiders than fish. But some bugs have the same number of eyes as legs. Although I guess a lot of them have more legs than eyes. Let's side with these guys. That other guy seems like a prick.
Watch your steps.
Is the spider leg a foot? There's a spider leg a foot. I would say so. I would say anything at the end of a leg would be a foot. Is a camera an eye? I would say an eye has to be biological. So toes or feet? God damn it. Behold, a featherless biped. That's it. Anything after an ankle. The structure following an ankle is a foot. Oh, he looks so sad. Oh, was he dozing off? I think he was dozing off. That's funny. You okay, man? Spiders don't have feet. I think spiders don't have ankles. I don't know. I guess it depends on how you define an ankle. Oh my god. We're gonna have to... What is the platonic ankle? What's the platonic... the perfect version of an ankle? Well, spiders have a tarsus. What is a tarsus? So a tarsus is a cluster of 7 articulating bones in each foot situated between the lower end of the tibia and fibula. Okay, so not after... The foot is the thing you stand on. That's a foot. If you, and you're gonna be like, oh, what if you walk on your hands? No. You know what I mean? Like the wild type, the platonic version of the animal. Its foot, it walks on its feet. Oh, god damn it, that means dogs have 4 feet. Well, yeah, so dogs have 4 feet. Even though they have... Kangaroos walk on tails. Well, they don't walk on tails, they use their tails for balance. Let's call this segment Definition Wars. We're going to tap into the definition dimension. Snakes have 1 leg. Well, they don't walk.
I'm listening. You want something?
Oh, wrong place. Because if we're gonna say that snake have,
What can I do for you?
if snake have 1 foot, then snails would also have one, like the pseudopod. But they're pseudopods. They're not pods. They're pseudopods. Snakes are just 1 big foot. What if I just go back to the manor and be like, yeah, is the other guy.
With pleasure. Please, go ahead. I'm all ears.
Centipede lovers need to weigh in. I mean, if spiders don't have feet, then centipedes don't have feet.
Welcome, Moon and Star.
But centipedes
I have
definitely have
prepared a
feet.
place for you.
They have 100. It's in the name. And no one's ever named animals wrong. Thank you, macaroni.
I'm imagining things.
It's a funny way of spelling macaroni. But not a wrong way. Do you have proof that would help the marshal make his judgment?
I'm all yours.
Maybe if I just talk to the orc and be like, hey, here's $50. Give me that note. Do cephalopods have feet? I
If you
want to
care
say
talk,
no,
I would consider it a
because they use their limbs more like arms. Even though cephalopod does mean head foot.
You wish to speak?
I see I stand.
But again, names are a strange thing. I was trying to look up the definition of a foot and it gave me 12 inches.
What's this about?
To what do
What is a
I
foot?
owe this pleasure?
Because I wouldn't think anybody would be stupid enough to actually ask that question, but here we are.
Watch your step.
When I was a kid, I heard another kid asking a teacher if that fraction of a percentage was counting people with missing limbs. The average person has 1 testicle.
So go ahead.
Why is this place so hard to navigate? Maybe it's because I'm distracted by I'm distracted by feet. No, not the manor.
You want something?
Here it is.
You have my attention.
The lower extremity of the leg below the ankle. Has to be an ankle to be a foot. I was like 5 years old and I think that was a stupid question. I mean, it sounds like a stupid question, but when you're a kid and you don't know, I mean, you gotta... It's a reasonable question. The answer is obvious, but it's reasonable.
Watch your step.
It's like, what does it mean to have a fraction of a percent of a person? And that's how you can educate on discrete values versus like continuous functions. Because I'm sure, a 5-year-old will understand. Discrete versus continuous functions. It's like population sizes. There's an equation for population size, which is like that weird graph that like branches recursively. But population number is discrete. It's either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can't have 1.5 rabbits. Well, you can if the mama rabbit gets hungry, but at that point, at what point does half a rabbit stop being a rabbit and it just ends up being a dead rabbit? I'm only talking about that. I like rabbits. This place looks like a fancy caldera. Caldera for subscribers. Yeah. Oh, we're here for the orc.
What was that?
It was me.
Redguard?
Orc. Cheapskate was pulling the rug out from under us just because he had a few deliveries go wrong. If I give him some money, he'll be more amicable. Oops. Yeah, desktop reveal. Yeah, I cleaned it up, actually. I cleaned it up even more after I posted a thing about having cleaned it up. People were still being critical. So I cleaned it even more. I think that's fine. Why do you have desktop shortcuts? Because the letter is on screen. Oh, there it is. Oh! Oh no, it's oh. Oh, verily. Excellent work so far. You will find your payment at the usual location, but be cautious when collecting it. Oh, thimble gamble wobbits. The incidents being so close together will attract unwanted eyes. Expect increased scrutiny upon you. Woe upon you. See how I'm a Halls of Torment enjoyer too? Yes. I've been playing it more lately. Some of the quests are a bit annoying. This is not to say that you should be panicking, assuming the issue is raised and investigation will be carried out. You must be inconspicuous enough to endure it without being noticed. This will be easier than it seems. T has a limited attention span and an even more limited pool of competent subordinates. Consider our deal paused for the moment. I will send another letter when I believe it's safe for you to act again. Do I need the letter with me, or... Yeah, I gotta steal the letter. Oh, it's not stealing because... reasons.
Watch your step. Strange.
I see I stand in good company. What can I do for you?
Well, we were talking about that on stream once. If we had inconsequential superpowers, what would some of the good ones be? And I thought a really interesting one would be able to teleport the waste from your stomach within a foot outside your body. Like that wouldn't be... Like, you couldn't save the world with that, but at the very least, you wouldn't have to, like, clean up. You just, like, whoop, whoop, right into the toilet. Wouldn't that be convenient? And you could shit someone else's pants. So, you'd really be more of a villain, but...
Speak freely, friend.
Okay, where's the guy's place? The place is so confusing. I hate to... Ugh. It's like this weird, like... Okay, so it's like a triangle, alright.
What's your story?
Never having the joy of properly pooping again. Well, I mean, you could just let it go as you would have it. Like, you don't, it doesn't have to teleport out.
I
You just
see
have the
I
option.
stand in good company. What can I do for you?
Can I teleport kidney stones painlessly? Well, do kidney stones
There's
count
a
as waste?
barrel at the bottom of the barrel.
God damn it. Here we go again. What qualifies as a waste product from the body? Kidney stones are atypical. So would they count as waste, or would they count more as like a medical issue?
Speak freely, friend.
Because some people will go never have, like, some people have never had kidney stones. Kidney stones ain't something I want. Yeah, so, but would it, like, is it cosmically waste? Do kidney stones inherit from the platonic waste class? In the object-oriented
something
reality in which we live? I'd like to think that the simulation is real and it's programmed in object-oriented, with an object-oriented paradigm, which is why nothing makes sense. So, like, what do you think? Would obviously poop and pee are waste. But the question is, if you teleport does teleporting the pee out just teleport the bad stuff, but it keeps the water in your bladder? I've passed hundreds, so this is a relevant question. Oof. Human pearls. Oh, and then you could teleport them out. Oh, so what you do is if they do count as waste and you could teleport them out of your body, you eat like a ton of spinach all the time, so you build up oxalic acid in your body, so you get too many kidney stones, and you can make necklaces out of your own kidney stones. I'm sure that would probably cause damage after a while. Do I not have the letter? Oh, I just bring the letter to probably the guy. The marshal.
With pleasure. Please, go ahead. I'm all
Do I have
ears.
proof? Yes, I have the letter. Where'd it go? Oh, but it's not signed. Ah, yes. The letter suggests Antonius is right, unfortunately. Are you sure? It doesn't look like much to me. Are these O and T supposed to be people? Who are they? No, wait, it doesn't really matter. I trust you, Intendant. Super Nintendo Chalmers. And maybe Lurius can help me make some sense of it, so please take this for your work. Oh, and you should talk with Lurius as well. I believe he wanted to speak to you.
With
300 gold.
Please, go ahead. I'm all ears.
Could you teleport your waste inside another person? That would be terrifying. Ooh, yeah, maybe you could do that. Well, there are medical procedures where that's done. Where they, like, transplant fecal matter. That's a thing. I hear there's a tree in Australia that has the most painful sensations known, if I remember correctly. Yes, I don't know if it's a tree. It's the leaves of, believe it's the Gimpy Gimpy plant? Is that what it's called? Or the suicide plant? Because there's records of people who have fallen into bushes of those leaves and have wanted to kill themselves because it hurts so much. Do you remember those extenuating circumstances I mentioned? No. Oh, right, the taxes. Maybe the superpower, being able to teleport your waste into someone else's body, seems like it would be too powerful for it to be a mundane superpower, so I would assume you can't teleport it inside another person. You can only teleport it, like, outside a body. So you could teleport it into someone's pants and really they'll have a bad day. But but you can't teleport it into them. The National Kidney Foundation described kidney stones as formations. They are not the waste itself, but a pathological condition that the body tries to eliminate. Yeah, let's consider stones. I don't know why I'm being so exceptional about it. It's like, yeah, let's consider stones waste. I don't know why I have to make the power worse than it actually is. Can't really do much with it to begin with. Does any other power function as defense against you pooping someone else's pants? What, your arch nemesis is the anti-pants poop man? Can I choose the speed they come out? No, it just appears. Like, it just teleports from where it is to the new location. Like, within a foot of yourself. Within a foot of your anus, you could teleport the waste. As you've likely noticed already, the Marshal has tasked me with managing his finances. This includes... You could teleport poop around your anus. Finances. This includes ensuring that he is able to repay his personal debts as they come due. When I sent you to collect Christophe Moraine's taxes, it was because I believed that they would be sufficient to cover the Marshal's loans into the near future. I was wrong. Why do I have a feeling the Marshal has gambling debt? But I just like the inconsequential superpowers. I think that's my favorite one. I haven't really put much more thought into other superpowers. Just a cantrip level spell in D&D. Sorta. Like powers that you couldn't really... Like, that wouldn't even really change your life too much. It would just... It's like quality of life superpowers. Like, I can always find my keys, or something like that. Or no, not even that good. That's too good. It's like you always know there are keys in this room. Where are the keys? I don't know. You still gotta look for them. But you know they're in here. Which I'm pretty sure is a power most of us have anyway. Just like, I know I left them in here. Where the hell are they? I've been collating a list of all the Marshal's debts and their repayment dates. In doing so, I found several which were unaccounted for until now. I'll give you the short version. Unless you go to Birica Private Bank, or Birica Private Bank in Anvil and secure a loan for Thelius totaling 2,500 septims, the Marshal will have no choice but to default. The bank would never provide a loan like this without something in exchange, so you'll need to take this into account. You'll need to take this and use it as collateral. Make your way there as soon as possible. The Halgern Ancestral Cuirass. Is it any good? No. Your keys or keys in general? Just keys in general. Like, again, it has to be a power that's useful, but like limitedly so. It's basically powers where it's like you wouldn't say no to it.
Please go ahead.
At the moment, you can't really think of like how great it would be, but like it wouldn't be bad to have.
What can she do for you?
Is a magnetic tag a key? Is mayonnaise an instrument? God, do we have to figure out what a key is now? I know they have their password written down somewhere in this room, but I don't know where. Is a password a key? You have the power to teleport, but every time you teleport, you're always 15 minutes late to whatever it is. Where's the bank? There it is.
Speak freely, friend.
I hate being late. Yeah. But then you wouldn't have to, like, imagine, though, it's like you schedule a meeting across the country. Like, on the other side of well, maybe if you're in a European country, that's not that big of a deal. But if you schedule, like, on the other side of the world, it's like, oh, I got a meeting in China at 10 p.m. tomorrow. Or 10 p.m. my time, there, whatever. Time zones. I could either schedule the flight and sit on a plane for 13 hours, or I could just show up 15 minutes late instantly. You could be running an hour late, and correct it to only 15 minutes late. No, you can't go back in time. Basically, the teleport process puts you into hibernative naptosis. And you arrive 15 minutes after when you were supposed to be there. So if you teleport a day beforehand, you'll still get there 15 minutes late. You schedule the teleportation. Right. So you teleport at the time of the meeting. So then you get there 15 minutes. 15 minutes after. So effectively, all your commutes become 15 minutes. Can you let people know you'll be running late? You can let them know.
Yes.
How they react is their own... choice. What happens to you when you're mid-teleport nap thing? I don't know. Somebody shit your pants. Or how about this one? How about this? You can teleport, but you can only teleport 15 minutes after the time you're supposed to be there. So you don't have to, like, wait or anything. There's no weirdness. It's just like if you have to be somewhere at 1, you can either get there at 1 normally, or you have to wait till 1:15 and then you could teleport and get there instantly. You can teleport your poop, but it's always 15 minutes late. I feel like teleportation powers are always the easiest ones to, like monkey's paw, you know? You could teleport, but your waste doesn't come with you. So you always have to be careful where you teleport. If you're teleporting from your house, you need to be, like, in the shower. So you can clean it up when you get home.
You want something?
You can teleport, but you arrive naked. That's just the power from the boys. I'd like to take out a loan. Like a loan for Thelius. Schedule my teleport to happen at the heat death of the universe. Well, you'll die before then. For a loan of 2,500 septims, we would either... Yeah, we need collateral. Will this cure us work as collateral? I believe that will do nicely. Here is the full amount for the loan. Thank you. She looks very tired.
Well met.
You could teleport any distance, but your body takes the strain of if you'd walk that distance. Now, that feels too... well, that is free exercise. But that feels too... punishing. You know, these powers have to be so inconsequential that you might as well... Like it should be something that you might forget about. You know? It's like, I have the power of telekinesis, but only for things within my reach. Like, you can just pick it up. You know, because you've ever like, it's, oh, my phone is on the other side of the room. I can't reach it. If only I had telekinesis to get it. It's like, yeah, that'd be great. But telekinesis isn't going to work unless you're within reach of it anyway. I can read minds, but only when people are talking about the thing they're thinking about. That's just useless. That's just speaking, actually. That's just language. So never mind. That's not even a power. That we just all do that. You can teleport, but have a % chance of getting a random disease. I've arrived on time, but I have chlamydia. You have no idea how much this means, Cyrodiil. I'll need to think of a permanent solution for the future, but this will allow the Marshal to avoid calamity for the time being. With that out of the way, we should turn our focus to another urgent situation. Let's talk duties. The Marshal needs you to rescue Isor Rulatus, a noble from Skingrad who was kidnapped while traveling to Brenna Cross. Finally, some combat. Isor's kidnappers have demanded a wagon of valuables be delivered to Talgiana Crypt in exchange for his release. Now it is the Marshal's responsibility to protect those on the local roads, and his reputation will be unsalvageable if Isor isn't returned safely. At the same time, he cannot afford to look weak by giving in to the bandits' demands. Therefore, as the Marshal's most resourceful servant, it falls to you to rescue Isor. He's probably ugly. Make your way to Talgiana Crypt as soon as possible. Be prepared for a fight. Telekinesis, but only pulling things towards you at a limited range seems pretty inconsequential. I'm pretty sure if you get rid of the limited range thing, that's basically Mistborn. And even then, the range is probably limited. Telekinesis for things within reach would be great if you want to be a magician. Actually, I feel like if you have that power, you'd have no choice but to become a magician. Where's Talgiana Crypt? I didn't ask where the crypt was? Oh, shit. You didn't say Simon Says. Southeast, roughly halfway between here and Garlisagia. Last I heard, it was in somewhat poor state. The bandits must have seen it as a perfect place to establish a base of operations. Accio. Oh yeah, that is a bit like Accio. Well, Accio can get things out of your reach.
Yes?
What if you have the power to successfully grow any crop? Like a garden vegetable or something. Not like huge monocultures, but like a garden vegetable. But they always taste like they're out of season. You can create water at will inside your lungs. That's just deadly. Bananas. I like green bananas for some reason. I can't eat bananas. They give me a bellyache.
You won't escape me that way.
And it sucks because I like bananas. They just, one day they started giving me a stomachache, and then I couldn't eat them anymore. It's a shame, too, because bananas are like the perfect food. At least the perfect fruit. Ah. Argonian. I'm sure you're very good with the spear. That happened to me with bananas. It's weird. I don't know why. And then for like a couple months it went away. And I was able to eat them fine. And then it came back. So I don't know what that's about. Yeah, grab me. Not so easy to kill. I'll lose my mind. Valentia Leontiolonus. Man, that is a name. Leontiolonus. There's a teleportation spell in the RPG I play called Bury the Hatchet. Teleports a hatchet-sized object into the chest cavity of creatures. Seems a little overpowered.
You're not even trying.
Reason I don't buy much fruit is because by the time I want it, it's bad. That's why you gotta always want it. So that way, most of the time, it's not good enough. But that's why bananas are so great. Because, like, they're just right there. You know, they're easy to just, just grab it and eat it. They last a while. And if they go bad, you make banana bread. Hey, the bananas are ripe for about 10 minutes. No. Although, to be fair, I like my bananas a little brown on the outside. Like, I don't want them to be perfectly yellow. I'd rather them have more brown and no green than like a little bit of green and perfectly yellow. Did I kill the person I was supposed to save? Thank the gods, I wasn't sure if that idiot Helgern would ever send anyone for me, but I can't leave just yet. When those bandits found me on the road, they knocked me out and stole everything I had, including my signet ring. It has an enchantment of divine intervention on it, and I can use it to escape. But I wouldn't leave it here regardless. Far too important to my family. Please. Okay, yeah, I gotta get that ring. You know, if you put bananas in the fridge, they, like, immediately turn brown. I like the brown taste, but the green texture. I don't like the mushy brown texture or the bitter green taste. I've heard plantains are a bit less sweet. Oh no, you say you like the brown taste. The brown, okay. The brown one, yeah, the brown ones are sweeter. Never mind. I never had a plantain. I wonder if plantains would give me a stomachache too. Saints Ward. Resist disease. Artificial banana isn't banana. Artificial banana is based on the bananas from the 50s that have gone extinct. Or just about. Modern bananas taste different. Modern bananas taste different than banana flavoring because they're different bananas. Hello, Solly. Here's your ring. Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've been in this crypt for long enough. Hopefully, I'll see you again someday. Goodbye. Oh, we actually cast it. Which is weird because enchanted items don't have cast animations. Whatever.
Any time now.
Yeah, divine intervention. He won't go to burn a cross. He'll figure it out. Somehow I'm allergic to 50% of banana flavorings. And that's a shame because fruit bats love bananas. I've seen many videos of fruit bats eating bananas. It's very cute. Gotta crack my back. They used to be full of seeds and basically inedible until we genetically modified them. Does artificial selection count as genetic modification? Just like a really slow process, a slow version of it? The Marshal doesn't have any more duties for you, but I do. I found a potential solution to the Marshal's financial woes. Have you ever heard of the Blade of Keens? I learned about it from a collector of Nedic artifacts. She described it as an ancient sword of very fine make with the ability to sunder its victim's armor. Ah, the most useless effect in Morrowind. It passed hands many times, but she was convinced that it was eventually interred with its final user at Vita Barrow. This is our chance, Cyrodiil. She made it clear that she'd pay handsomely for the blade. It'll be well guarded. But if you can retrieve it, the Marshal's money problems will be a thing of the past. Good luck. What if I just keep it? Vita Barrow was difficult to find, but I received general directions. Leave Bryn across to the south, follow the road east, eventually just past the ruins of Fort Swordmoth. You'll spot a brick path leading north. Follow it for a bit, and then leave the path heading east. Vita Barrow will be lodged between some rocks below the ruined Ayleid Tower. Okay, so Swordmoth, north, east. Sword moth sounds hella cool. Is it a sword made out of moths, or is it a moth made out of swords?
What's your story?
Yeah, they really... There was this huge association between the Empire and moths that they kind of ignored in Oblivion. Like, I think in some of the concept art prior to Oblivion, they were these, like, moth spaceships, or these flying moth cities that the Empire had. Let me look that up. Let me see. Slowed airships. Hmm. What empire are we talking about? The Septum, or just Imperials in general. There was an association with moths. Ah, here we go. Wait. Damn it. Wait a minute. Okay, so this isn't official concept art, but I think it's based off of something from Kirkbride's coda. So I guess... Okay, so take it with a grain of salt, but this was like a thing. These giant moth ships. Why walk when you can moth? There's a little silt strider platform right here. This isn't Kirkbride, though. This wasn't his art. But it's cool. It's like a cyberpunk moth. But there's a lot of association with moths in the Empire, which is why so many things are... So many forts are moth. Buck moth. Sword moth. Frost moth. But it's like, it's concept art made by somebody based on non-official lore from Michael Kirkbride, so grain of salt. It's cool though. But yeah, you got the moth priests, which is probably the closest, probably the weirdest thing in Oblivion is the moth priests, just the concept of the moth priests. Which isn't to say that it's weird, it's more to say that Oblivion's pretty mundane. But that's why you gotta think, like, why do moths have anything to do with the Elder Scrolls? What is this? It's because there's, like, some weird lore behind moths. Moths have some strange connection to the fabric of reality for some reason. Okay, so Sword Moth, we go north, then east. Yeah. Is it the same vein as the Battle Spire? I don't know. I don't know what the Battle Spire was supposed to be. I know it was like a spaceship, but I don't know what it was. Wasn't it? Was it a tower? I think this mod is unfinished. When I say a tower, I mean like Durrani Tower or The white gold tower, like those sorts of towers. The towers that like they like hold Nern together. Don't you meet the last living Dawn Priest, the last living Moth Priest in Dawnguard? I don't know if he's the last one, but you do meet one there. And he goes blind because he reads the Elder Scroll without preparing. I mean, well, he goes blind too soon. Because I think all Moth Priests eventually go blind. Get back here. He's lucky he didn't die. Yeah, that could be that. I can't remember. It's been a while since I did the full Dawnguard DLC. Yeah, there's a bunch in Oblivion, but that was also 200 years before Skyrim. So, who could say how their order is doing? We're looking for a barrow. That's what it was. It was north and then east of Swordmoth. Lodged between some rocks below a Ayleid tower. Ah, probably over here. There's a really cool video about the tower's lore by YouTuber Daraloth. Oh, we can talk to him. Go away, I gotta take care of this bruise on my head. Go talk to the other guy. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. But you did. Took care of the bruise on his head, yeah. Well, I mean, it's still there. It's just not bothering him anymore. Where'd they go? Look at these hornless unicorns. The Moth Priests all come to their penultimate reading before complete blindness, but the penultimate reading is different for everyone, and they don't know the method of determination. Oh yeah, don't they know? Like, they learn that, like, their next reading will be their last, or whatever. Like the scrolls tell them. What's my favorite part of Elder Scrolls lore? I like Lorcan's whole, you know, trying to create a new world, creating mortals so that a mortal can ascend and become a new godhead and create a world that's not in decay, but is one that can grow. Idiot over there made my friend all mad and got a horn to the face. Serves him right. The goat is great. The goat is goat. Is the goat. Talk to the other guy. Okay, so. All right, so they're just hanging out. Do you think Magnus wrote the Elder Scrolls? Or do you think even they predate Magnus? Back in 2013, I was convinced we could also achieve Kim in our real world. We just hadn't figured out how. Or maybe we did, but everybody who figured it out zero-summed. It said they exist outside time. But don't the Aedra, aren't the Aedra also timeless? Or the, not the Aedra, the Et Ada. Because is Magnus an Aedra? Is he a Daedra? Like, kind of neither, but both. Gola Cave, that's not where I need to be. So zero-summing doesn't make a person never have existed, because if zero-summing deleted a person from existence, then we would never know what zero-summing is. We would all assume that anyone who tries to achieve Kim succeeds. Here's the barrow. He's more of a concept that just is. What, Magnus? I think Magnus is a physical being. Well, maybe not a physical being, but like is a being. I mean, he's the sun. Or he created the sun. I don't think the Dwemer zero-summed. It's not a theory I subscribe to. Maybe we achieved Kim and the gods drowned us in a flood along with Atlantis. Yeah. We're here for a sword. You had a theory about the skin of the Numidium? Well, it's not my theory. It's a theory that's floated around for a while. That the Dwemer became the divine skin of the Numidium. When Kagrenac hit the heart, all Dwemer became part of the skin. Because part of what tonal manipulation does, if you listen to what Baladas Demnavani has to say, it has to do with like changing the earth bones in such a way that like it's like rewriting the earth bones into thinking they were something different than they actually are. So then, you know, if you could change the earth bones, maybe you could change elf bones or whatever the elf equivalent of earth bones would be. And so when Kagrenac tried to become divine, maybe it was just him who was trying to become divine, he accidentally rewrote Dwemer bones. And they all became divine. And the monkey paw curls, and they became the skin of the Numidium. I don't know if that element is exactly what the theory is, but that's something I like to think of. Like, oh, they tonally manipulated their bones into divinity. Hmm. There's some environmental storytelling. Is there like a bolt through his head? Nope. What was that? That was the ghost. I thought Earth Bones were like the laws of Nirn type stuff. Well, so Nirn. This is the more weird part of lore because it's not super set in stone. Because again, unreliable narrators. The Earth Bones are basically like the Et Ada that sacrifice themselves to create Nirn. Right? So Nirn is made out of earth bones. Sort of. Which is like the El No Fae before they became El No Fae. But I will say though, like, my understanding of the lore is limited, and I'm trying to communicate this very like quickly. So I'm missing there's a bunch of stuff that I'm glossing over. So I suggest, do your own reading. Do I ever get Elder Scrolls lore and real life lore mixed up? Yeah, sometimes I forget that Pelennor didn't actually go across the Delaware and kill a bunch of British people on Christmas. Nerevar didn't get crucified. I've heard that the inspiration for the name Nerevar was supposed to be that it's like a mutation of never was. Never was became Nerevar. Because was Nerevar killed? Was he real? Who was he? I don't know how true that is. I just read that comment on I saw I don't even know if it was an old thread or a recent thread. It was on Reddit. I thought that was neat. Pelennor is an actual Christian crusader who got isekai'd into the Elder Scrolls. Also, they gave him a laser gun. Glossing is fine. It's interesting to hear what you consider the most important details. The problem is, my understanding... One sec. Sorry, there's a noise. My understanding of the lore might cause me to misinterpret it in a way. So, like, it's like, oh, this is an important piece, but maybe it's not actually correct. I don't want to turn into one of those situations where a thing I say, people parrot, and then it becomes what everybody assumes to be the actual lore for the next 15 years. Like the whole, the High Elf, the Aldmer, or the Thalmor are trying to destroy Nirn so they could become gods. Like, there is no supporting lore for that. Like, there's no evidence to support that claim. Maybe they are doing that, but there's nothing in the... That was just a thing somebody said on Reddit. Like, there's no source for that. This is the front of the crypt again. Yep. A lot of the lore seems intentionally ambiguous. Well, that's definitely true. That's what makes it confusing. And interesting. Oh, mummy minotaurs. They look like they have to poop. Is this the sword? Nope. It's a sword, but not the sword. The Blade of Keens. Disintegrate armor, 60 to 100 points for 1 second on touch. So useful. King Teptoprotha. The Vita Barrow Key. I got the Colovian relic is just a guy's hand. Could be a lady's hand. Could be a lady's hand, admittedly. What is this key for? If I play the Sun Song here, is this gonna like open up? Or is the Song of Storms? I thought there was evidence to suggest the Thalmor were trying to destroy the towers based on information from Skyrim in-game documents. I don't know if... Were they trying to destroy them, or were they just trying to control them? Because controlling them makes sense, because they're still powerful artifacts, or relics, or things. Oh, it's a skylight. But even if they want to destroy them, like, there's no... I don't think... Maybe they... I don't think they've explained what their end goal is. Because, like, why would they assume, like, oh, if we destroy Nirn, then we'll become gods again? It's like, why would you get... What leads you to think that? If the Thalmor aren't the bad guys in the next game, I would be disappointed. They'll probably be, like, the side bad guys. You know? Kind of like how they're the side bad guys in Skyrim. Man, I don't know what that key is for. What if the next game released is another Skyrim? Well, then you're going to buy it and you're going to be happy. What is this? Friggin' Demonheim dungeon? Wow. Quick, old school Iron Man. Panic. If I tint this red, he's gonna give you all PTSD. I only own a single copy of Skyrim. Yeah, me too. I don't get the joke. Like, it's fun to meme on, but I've only purchased Skyrim once. I have the special edition because they kept you just keep up. They give us upgrades. If I remember, if you had all the DLC, you got the automatic legendary upgrade, and then when they came out with the special edition, if you had the legendary version, they just gave you the special edition.
He should be here by now.
That's it. Please show the Marshal. The days of desperately begging for loans will soon be at an end. You dare draw a sword at me? Have at you. And then I kill him. Where's the sword? There. That must be the Blade of Keen's. It's perfect. Look at the detailing on it. The fine cutting edge. Yeah, it's been in a tomb for like 3,000 years. The edge is not fine. Lurius wants me to sell this? How ridiculous. The only proper place for a sword of this quality is in the hands of a marshal, of course. From this day forth, the Blade of Keing shall be the glorious symbol of my rule. And for your efforts of bringing it to me, you will be rewarded. Here. It's the least I can offer. It's like what's his face from Breaking Bad? The guy with the taxes. What was his name? Can't remember his name. Not Chuck. That was a different character. Brett? Chet?
Any time now.
Finger? Yeah, a kid named Finger. The guy with the taxes. The guy who owed the back taxes, and he then, like, he was gonna get caught for cheating on the taxes. Ted. It was Ted. And then he bought a car when he got all that tax money. The inheritance. It's like, dude, pay the shit. Don't keep the sword. Use the sword for your loans. I don't have anything for you. The marshal hasn't requested anything either. Given his decision-making history, that may be for the best. Speak with Raminus Polilius in the garden quarter. Okay, we're off to Chirac.
I see it. Yes.
I only recently saw Breaking Bad,
Speak
maybe
freely.
like within the last couple years, like for the first time. And I don't know why I waited so long. But I wonder how differently the experience is not having to wait weeks between episodes.
Happy to help. What's
Did I watch Better Call Saul? I did.
Interesting. Go on.
So what's this about?
Do I make content full time? Yeah, pretty much. Have I seen El Camino? I haven't yet. Probably should. It's weird. I don't really like movies, even though movies are way less of a commitment. It's less of a movie and more of a finale. Yeah, but it's still a movie. If I never watch it, then that means the series never ended. Okay, where is this guy in Chirac? Let me just look it up instead of walking around like an idiot. She is in the Telvor Manor. Is it because movies don't have enough space to do proper story pacing? I don't know. I think my problem with movies, for the most part, like, maybe it is a pacing thing.
Stand in good company. What can I
I don't know. I feel like every single movie I watch, the first 25 minutes is a waste of time. Like, oh, we have to introduce the characters. We need to set the scene. No, no, no. It's like, although I guess El Camino would be different in that regard because it already has the build-up from previous stuff. The 30% rule applies. Was the 30% rule is the just cut the first 30% and just start there. I remember, so I never really watched a lot of the Marvel movies. I saw Avengers at one point. This was a while ago. I've pretty much seen them all now. But at the time, when I saw Infinity War, I had only seen the first Avengers movie up until that point. I had seen none of the other movies. But what I really liked about Infinity War, coming from somebody who has like no experience with any of the plotline, the beginning of it wasn't a ton of like build up, wasn't a bunch of explanation, none of that, but it pretty much set the scene really well through action, and it told you who the players were and like what was up with it, like who was what and who was a threat and how much of a threat they were. Because the movie starts off basically with Thanos beating the shit out of Hulk. So you know right then and there, oh, this Thanos guy, he's pretty strong. Like, you don't even need to know anything about where's this house? You don't need to know anything about the series to understand that. But yeah, I thought the beginning of that was really good. Because it seemed like they did the whole 30% rule. Like, why are we starting with all this other stuff? Like, you just start where it's interesting. Oh, but I gotta explain the stuff before the interesting stuff. It's like, no, you don't. Just start where it's interesting. There's a rule for YouTube vids that the first 30% are skippable. I suppose. A lot of times when I write a script, I'll pretty much delete the first page. Oh, it's up on a cliff. Oh. Oh, wait, no. Is there more?
I'm listening.
For tutorials or information related videos? Oh yeah, definitely. With tutorials, you could skip the first bit. Almost always. You just look for the little part of the slidey thing where the peak is. The other cliff. I feel like I'm racing between these cliffs. Imagine if there was a creature that did that. You can call it a cliff racer. Or a racing cliffer. I lost the little interest I had in Marvel movies when they tied them to the Disney Plus exclusive shows. Some of the shows are pretty good. I haven't watched any of the recent ones, though. Every Batman movie has to have parents getting shot scene. Yeah, it's like, who's going into a Batman movie now? It's like, who's this Batman fella? I've never heard of him. Every Batman movie needs pearl necklace explodes. Yeah. And the necklace is made out of kidney stones teleported out of Willie Wayne's kidneys, or whatever his father's name is. Okay, I feel like I've been lied to. How many cliffs does this place have? Thomas Wayne, Willie Wayne. Billiam. Opposite side of town. Why is everything always on away from me? You have the power to find any location you need to find, but you forget why you went there when you get there. Do I hear one of those gremlins? I knew I heard it. Yuppie num num. Oh, fucker. I have no idea how I heard that. What is that doing there? Farming. Kill it like the rest. No, we're not albino Namekians. We're from Earth. Kill it like the rest. What the heck is that? Oh, it's a well. Well. It's southeast of the town? Oh, so it's on the other side of the other side. Not this other side, the other side. Well, at least we found the third gremlin. Will we find a fourth? One second. I had to turn my radiator down. It's getting hot up here. What have I taught? What does he have to say? Shubi la figs tack, na yip wu hita. What are you talking about? Shubi la figs tack. What is it? Is this like a what? I don't understand what you're saying. Shubi la figs tack. That's still not helping. Whitkey sighs in exasperation and goes back to eating figs. Yeah, woot ya yupti. Wa hita huta lalu. Then it attacks me. Good. Kill it. No witnesses out here. It's not even a, if you attack one, there's the fucko, whatever his name is, in Anvil. You attack him, the guards will fight him and kill him for you. They forgot to add dialogue to the Anvil one. I think you could talk to him. When you kill him, the thread of merriment gets severed. Come on. Okay, here are some houses. Oh, here's the manor. Finally. Jeez, it took forever.
If I can be of any assistance, I'll be happy to help. You want something?
Is it her or is it someone else? Yeah, we're looking for Valina. Oh, that scared me.
I'm all yours. Please, go ahead.
My god, there are more doors than wheels in this world.
I see I stand in good company. What can I do for you?
I need you to deliver a petition of redress to Fort Telodrach. I'm petitioning the Navarch at Fort What the hell is a Navarch? Navarch? The Navy leader at Fort Telodrach, Tilodorus Cadmerius, to resume the West Navy's patrols around Stark Isle. Ever since they've withdrawn from their base here at Duskwatch Keep, Abyssinian pirates have been emboldened to attack ships on their way to Chirac. As Marshal of the Isles, I cannot tolerate this blatant disregard of Imperial law. But the force of guards we have here simply isn't enough to keep merchants safe from the high seas, so you're going to inform him, deliver a letter, okay. One of the Thieves Guild quests involves stealing something, and they imply there's one in this house. I searched the entire house for like 30 real-life minutes. It's not there. Well, good thing we're not doing the Thieves Guild quest. How do I feel about the remakes Skywind and Skyblivion? Oh, they seem awesome. I'm really excited for Skywind. Although I suspect Skyblivion will come out sooner. But that should be fun too. Definitely check it out. I think Skyblivion, like Skyblivion, they don't have to do like voice lines, right? Actually, is that a TOS thing? Can they use voice lines from Oblivion in their mod, in their Skyrim mod? I'd assume not. That's strange. That would be strange. So they have to record new voice lines for Skyblivion as well? According to their development video, they can. They just can't use textures. That's weird. Law is weird.
Moves.
I think the primary reason why I'm not interested in playing more Oblivion is because it's weird. Like I feel like it's got all the bad parts of Oblivion and all the bad parts of Morrowind. So like, what the hell's the point? You know what I mean? Like, it's there's something weird. The UI in Oblivion is janky, and it doesn't work with Morrowind. Oblivion crashes every 5 to 10 minutes for me. Yeah, that's the yeah. Funny how the selling points of Oblivion and Skyrim tend to be the worst parts. Well, the weird thing about more Oblivion, it's weird seeing Oblivion characters not speak. And yeah, Oblivion's level scaling is pretty ass.
You've got my ear, let's hear it.
Play Skygerfall? Why? Why wouldn't I just play Daggerfall? Oops. No, how do I...
Imagining things.
Skyrim with levitation magic? Aren't there mods for that? Couldn't you just mod that into Skyrim?
Speak freely, friend.
Skygerfall is one of those mods. Oh, I thought it was like, oh, it's Daggerfall, but in Skyrim. Or is it just like a magic mod?
Yes, Redguard?
Just Minecraft noise server is ready? You made a Minecraft server? I've never played multiplayer Minecraft. I've always just done, just like solo worlds. Ugh. There we go. A big stretch. Like a cat. Gotta stretch sometimes. Somebody posted a comment on the Skyrim video saying that because I mentioned Telvanni so many times, I have to do a Telvanni run through Skyrim, and I thought that was a really good idea. That could be fun. Get a magic mod and don't even beat the main quest necessarily, but you just play the game like a Telvanni would play the game through Skyrim. So, you're committing crimes everywhere, and if anybody tries to stop you, you just kill them. Just like completely unapologetic. Just like rampaging through the place. Because I feel like that kind of a character, when people play like that, it's almost always like a thief or an assassin character, but what would you just do a mage? Would you do Nelith's string of quests? Well, no, you'd have to kill him. You have to kill Nelith. Because... well, then you become him. Doesn't sound different from a normal run. Yeah, but you can't save, you can't quick save and then undo the mania. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, quick save, and then you can kill a bunch of people, and then you can, quick load, and you're fine. No. You gotta commit. If they didn't want to die, they shouldn't have been so easy to kill. Get a mod that unessentials everyone. Get a mod that makes a spell that you can cast on someone to make them unessential. Imagine how terrifying that must be. To be the person that if they know they're essential and then somebody casts that spell on them. But then they don't kill you. They just cast that on you, so it's like now you gotta live with that knowledge. I might be back. You have a petition for me? Please, hand it over. So your marshal wants us to resume patrols around Stark Island then. I'm afraid that won't be possible at this time. There are many in Cyrodiil City who don't think of the Navy so highly anymore. It's so weird they call it Cyrodiil City. Ooh, excuse me. And the recent budget cuts have forced us to only spend resources where they are necessary. Right now, fending off raiders in the Blue Divide is more important to the Empire's security than dealing with a few jumped-up smugglers in the Abyssinian. Where is the Blue Divide? The cheat room mod has a spell that can unessential NPCs. But if I did that run, I would probably also run with Apocalypse and Ordinator, and maybe like a lot of the Anai mods. Those are pretty fun. And maybe don't do the like enchanting cheese with like 100% fortify. So you just like shoot with fireballs and it just gets boring. The part of the Abyssinian between Somerset and Tamriel. Are they currently at war? You can enchant cheese. You can cheese enchant. A true Telvanni would embrace the cheese. That's a good point. That's actually an excellent point. Why would I limit myself just for some vague sense of accomplishment? Please. You do the Devaith Fair run. Every 10 levels, you got a clone of yourself that can help you fight. That's cool. He's got cool looking armor. Oh, that is the ebony with the leopard print. For war and for love.
If I can be of any assistance, I'll be happy to help.
Somerset is part of the Empire. They aren't at war, as far as I know. When did the Thalmor... When does that war happen? The whole White Gold Concordat. When is that... I assume that gets signed shortly before the beginning of Skyrim. But like, when did that war start? 170-ish? Oh, okay. See you around, Moonfels. Vague sense of accomplishment. Isn't that what this channel is all about? I don't know. I'll never understand the whole seductive leopard print thing. That's an interesting thought. Why is that associated? Because it's not. So why is it associated with it? Maybe it's because it was in fashion in like the 70s, and maybe 70s was like when pornography was more of a available thing. So it's just like, oh, people wearing leopard print in like, you know, the heyday of, or like the sexy videos, you know. So then it just got conflated. I wonder. I've never been seduced by a leopard, and it shows. Fair. The Navarch refused to resume patrols. I still don't see why the Navy couldn't spare a ship or two to stop the flagrant piracy going on here. But his response wasn't unexpected. I just have to figure out another way to draw attention to our situation. Anyway, this should hopefully cover your travel costs, and make sure to speak with me again when you're ready for further duties. Sort of a language of cinema thing, where one filmmaker did it a while ago and it became standard. Yeah, could be. I wonder. Now I'm curious why that's the thing. It's kind of like, you know that trope of the whole two kids in a trench coat? You know, so they can get into like an R-rated movie or whatever. Has anyone... No person has actually done that in real life, right? Like, that wasn't something... Like, that had to have been cooked up by some writer for a cartoon or something first. Like, it couldn't have... Two 12-year-olds didn't come up with the idea to do that in real life. That couldn't have happened. But now that's like a thing. Snow White? Did that happen in Snow White? Oh yeah, the dwarves, they... Didn't they... Oh, Yeah. Weird. So I think what I'm trying to get at is you have to be careful and make sure everybody wearing a trench coat isn't actually a leopard. I didn't think a leopard would eat his way into my movie theater. A smuggler in Chirac's jail is offering us information. You are to question Jafan. He is a smuggler who has recently been captured by the kingdom's guards and is currently being held in the Chirac guardhouse. Apparently, he'd be willing to tell us some of the details about the smuggling ring he was involved with if he's set free. I've always found it better to bargain than fight with enemies, especially one so profit-motivated. So we'll be taking his offer. Go there, question him, and learn as much as you can. Then tell me about it, and I can authorize his release. I never thought a leopard would seat my face. You know, I know that was a typo, but considering the context of the conversation, I think that also works. It was not. Okay, good. Then it was funny. Oh, yes, very good, sir. Yeah, it was, Where did you say for us to go? Oh, the guardhouse. Where's the guardhouse? I think it's down here. Somerset and Valenwood before Morrowind. No nation under the Empire have attacked Cyrodiil since Tiber Septim. It's only war between the provinces. That's interesting. Would a war between provinces count as a civil war? Has that? Oh, I wonder now. That must have happened frequently in history. Like real world history. In real world lore, how often do kingdoms under a single empire go to war with each other? You'd think they wouldn't, but I'm sure they have. Holy Roman Empire. How much power did the Holy Roman Empire have? Like, was it a real empire, or was it kind of more like a clerical empire? Feudal Age was all about that. Castle lords had a bunch of power to do so. A bunch of them could even go against the king. Oh yeah, I guess lords having feuds with each other under a king. But have kingdoms fought each other under an emperor? I mean, I guess technically an emperor is just a super king. Why am I not seeing... Oh, is it in the keep? The Ottoman Empire? I was looking at it east of the church. Oh. Oh, cat's here. Hi, good boy. Hey. Queeds. Hey. Good boy.
If you care to talk, I would consider it a privilege.
What distinguishes a big kingdom from an empire, after all? Well, I think an empire
Hello there.
is typically made up of multiple kingdoms. At least that's my understanding of it.
If you care to talk, I would consider
But I guess it's kind of arbitrary when you think about it.
I see I stand in good company. What can I do for you?
Like, that's probably not like a hard definition. Hello there, adventurer. I suppose you've come to question me then? Don't worry. I'm more than willing to talk, as long as I get released afterwards. Alright, here's what I know. The smuggling ring that operates here on Stark Isle has the Nord farmer on the west coast. Wait. I think his name is Burned. Oh, he has him working as a lookout. I've stashed a few things at his place more than once, and he knows a lot more about the ring than I do. If you were to take him in for questioning, I'm sure you'd be able to find out where the smugglers are and what they're doing. Told you everything I know. Okay.
Greetings to you. A pleasure to meet you.
Kingdom of Anvil is in a knighthood. Highest rank is Queen Regent, meaning you're in charge if the queen is indisposed for some reason. What is it, Guides? What do you want? I think he wants to lay down. Had to move him behind the keyboard. Micah boy. This Nord farmer acts as the smuggler's lookout then. Yes, that is useful. That is a useful tip to have. You can tell Jafan that he's free to go. First, though, I want you to bring Burned in for questioning. He should be at the farmhouse right now. You need to go there and arrest him. If he resists, be careful not to kill him. We need whatever information he has.
Now, what was I going to do today?
Do not kill him. Stab him in the back. Got it. The West Coast. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, grab a drink, and then we will start this back up again. Just as we get a raid, I'm going to go on a quick break. Did I forget to get rid of the Variety Friday? Oh, I did. It's not even... This is neither Variety nor Friday. Yes, so we're the 21-person raid, Avestiel. Yes, well, we're going to be right back. I got to get a drink. So, yeah. And we're back. I got a handful of mixed nuts, and now I got peanuts in my teeth. So yeah, this is Project Cyrodiil. Or Project Tamriel. This is Province Cyrodiil, part of Project Tamriel, which is a sister project to Tamriel Rebuilt. Every day is Variety Friday if you're brave enough. But not every day is Friday. At least Thursday is Friday somewhere. Saturday is also Friday somewhere. Would Saturday at 2 p.m. EST be Friday anywhere in the world? Where would it be Friday? Ah. Hope you don't mind, I brought my dog. He doesn't bite.
What's this about?
What was her name? Oh, it's the water gym leader in Galar. She was different. All right, we're looking for a farmer named Byrne. Question is he actually on a farm? Or is he on like a little lookout post? This little area reminds me of an area in Enderal on the coast. I don't know why. It's got a similar vibe. There's so many crabs. Miss 109%. Is this the Morrowind Beach episode? Yeah, look at my bikini. I'm wearing the leopard print. And that means it's sexy for some reason. Also, I look like a Power Ranger. But like a Power Ranger that's going really fast. Because it's like whoosh. Okay, I think I missed where this guy is supposed to be. What was that? Yeah? What? The west coast of Stark Isle. Yeah, so he's on this coast. Oh, the 109%. Yeah, I don't know why it does that sometimes. The mod isn't perfect with how it calculates. Looks like a Bionicle. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see it. Have you looked into the Bionicle lore? That stuff goes deep. One thing I know is New Zealand getting mad about the Maori names used. I can't speak on that. The slightly over-the-shoulder camera is throwing me off. Oh, yeah. It's actually a bit low.
Why am I always surrounded by fawning admirers?
It's like Skyrim. Let's go to
Speak
Riverrun.
freely, friend.
Riverwood. Whatever the name of the place is. Oh.
What's your story?
Burned, you're under arrest.
Now this is fighting.
Now this is pod racing. I'm under arrest, but I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything wrong. Look, whatever it is you heard about me, it's not true. I'm just a retired sailor, and I won't be going to jail on the word of some conniving smuggler. You made a mistake trying to put me away. Well, there's a warrant for your arrest. Can I see it? No. The AI change is like the mod. It makes them harder to fight, but they look silly. It looks like he's getting ready to throw it at me. Did I just take off my clothes while I was fighting? What happened? Just come silently, or else I'm gonna strip. Oh, Pargo's ruined. Should we use that? Yeah. Whoops. Guys, look what you did. How could you? See, and now we're going to have to go back there and we're going to have to explain why my body cam suddenly stopped working. You know, you really put me in a hard place here. I wonder if I persuade him a bit more and then arrest him.
You will die where
Nope,
you
still gotta fight him. I like the idea of you're not gonna arrest me, robot guy, with a sword made out of dreg. Dreg, that's the full sentence. Look, he had an acorn on him. Dark Souls roll, quick. Take me to jail. Yep, let's go. Who does he look like? Is this Liam Neeson? Did I just arrest Liam Neeson? Yeah, I killed your dog, too. I thought it was an acorn. What a strange beast is this chicken. I like how in the Stormlight books they refer to all birds as parrots. I didn't realize that's what was happening. Oh no, they refer to all birds as chickens, and one character has a parrot. He's like, this is a very strange green chicken that can talk. And I didn't realize what they meant until like book 4. I was like, oh, it's a parrot. There's cat hair on my monitor. I thought there was a crack in my screen. Were these kind of wanted things real? Like the whole wanted dead or alive? Like, I feel... Like, I mean, like in real life. Like the Wild West stuff. Because, like... Wouldn't that just cause... indiscriminate murder? It's like, oh, I thought he was the guy. I think so, otherwise they wouldn't be in everything. Well,
Watch your step.
where'd he go? Oh, there he is. I think someone has to verify it's the correct person. But what if it's the incorrect person?
So go ahead.
I see I stand in good company. What can I do for you?
Where would I bring this guy? Then they give you a 10-day head start so they can write up another wanted poster and then set, look, you know, you're wanted dead or alive.
I see I stand in good company. What can I do for you? Let's hear it.
What's your story?
Hail, may your adventures be great.
Marshal said I'm free to go? Well, I'll give my thanks to her and to you, Cyrodiil. There'll be no more smuggling for me, because you're gonna get killed by the other smugglers for being a rat. And I think it'd be a good idea to move to Anvil soon enough. What with all the people on Stirk who might not think so highly of me. Yep, see? Where'd the guy go?
I see
What
I
brings
stand
you
in
here,
good
friend?
company. What can I do for you? I'm all yours.
You've got the
please,
better
go
of me,
ahead.
so go ahead.
Wait, what? What? Hmm. I guess we stole something.
Greetings to you. A pleasure to meet you.
What causes a 4 gold bounty? Petty theft, I guess. Oh, because I accidentally stole somebody's bowl. I think last stream. And my last save was like an hour from before that or something. So I just had to live with it. I see. You've jailed, burned, and freed Jafan. One smuggler for another seems like a fair exchange, I think. Alleged smuggler. Take these potions as a reward. You might find them useful whenever you are to take on more duties, or if you have a penchant for underwater exploration. My shirt lets me breathe underwater, so. The Abyssinian Trading Company has lost one of its ships. I need you to find the beacon's wreck. Or, oh no, the beacon's, the wreck of the beacon. I was thinking the ship's name was the beacon's wreck. They needed that bowl for soup, how could you? I think it was like a wicker bowl, so I probably did them a favor. How does the shirt enable water breathing? Magic. Duh. I mean, come on. One of the company's ships that left from Anvil after Navy patrols were suspended has gone missing. And is presumably wrecked. It's called the Beacon, and I've been under pressure lately to send somebody to investigate what happened to it. We haven't had all the resources to do it yet, but it shouldn't be hard for someone well-equipped like you to look into it. Oh, thank you. Find the wreck and bring me the ship's logbook. Its route took it near the White Reef by the Viduskin Islands, southeast of Stirk. So start looking there. You got it. The texture touching your skin magically transfers the magic from it to your lungs, like those hormonal patches. Yeah, it's like a nicotine patch. Maybe the shirt just convinces the water around your body to be air. and that's why it works. My only complaint about PC so far is the semi-lack of 400 plus souls for constant effect enchanting. Can you get a Golden Saint summon anywhere? The shirt is extremely hydrophobic. Oh, I don't want to wear it anymore. What a bigot. What do they make you sink instantly? What if it convinces the water to be air? No, do the opposite. Make you float. Yeah, if you could find somewhere, if you could find someone who sells summoning, like Golden Saint summons, then you don't have to worry about the 400 point souls. I mean, there is somebody in Tel Brunora who sells it, but if you want to stay in Cyrodiil, that's a different question. The collar has gills. There you go. Is that a siren or is that a fish? Let's look at a map real quick. No, that's a bad map. I mean, it's a good map, but it's a bad map for my current requirements. Oh, they have the satellite map. Finally. Some of the shipwrecks are marked with floating debris. Oh. So we don't have boats. It'd be like Daggerfall, we could buy a boat that serves no real purpose. The weird thing about Daggerfall's boats, when you go to the boat, it feels very, oh, this is marked on the map. It feels very liminal. Wasn't it cheaper than a house? I don't know. Who cares about the only purpose of the banks in Daggerfall is loan fraud. And really, it's not even fraud. It's their fault for not doing background checks. Doesn't that still make it fraud, just with very gullible victims? Well, I mean, it's not... Is it fraud to not pay your loan? I'm not lying or anything, I'm just delinquent. That's not fraud. Right? Right? There we go. Are we a high-ranking Imperial agent there? I think so, but I can't remember. Is that supposed to be a secret? Like, are you there covertly? Is the miss because you're out of the weapon's range, but within the a spear's range? That could be it. The mod uses sound and then runs the calculations, because I think the Lua functionality isn't fully there yet for it to like just get the data from the game itself. I think in the next release there might be better Lua or something. I don't know. It's all Greek to me. But yeah, I think it's because it uses, like, it doesn't work for arrows, which sucks. But I thought I read somewhere on the page that it uses sound to figure out, like, if you attacked a thing. You sign a contract stating you're paying it back, and then not paying it back. So in a way, yes, but also maybe no. If I owe the bank 2,000 septums, that's my problem. If I owe a bank 2 million septums, that's their problem. Yeah, exactly. You gave it to the wrong person. You should have talked to the banks in other provinces to learn that I'm a piece of shit. Do you know how expensive it is to summon a Daedra? Oh, it's a tiny dreg. He was small. Oh no, he was just stuck on the floor. Do you know how expensive it is to summon Daedra? I need millions of gold. Because these friggin' evil wizard guys will just take 200,000 and be like, nope, didn't work. Oh, try again. Is this mod meant to be approached at a specific level, or is it just jump in there? I came here at level 1, so you probably just jump in at any level. Here's the ship's log. The ship's made out of wood. The whole thing is logs. Steel helm? No, I could just take it. It's so dumb. It's so I love it.
Greetings.
Every day I wake up annoyed that adventuring guilds handing out small jobs for money aren't real. Wasn't there an app for handymen that was sort of like Uber or like DoorDash, where if somebody needs a handyman, you can just get one on the app and then show up and you can do a thing for them? What are we drinking tonight? I just finished my diet soda. Was that an app? Or am I making that up? Does the app include requests for killing bears? I don't know about that. I think that's called TaskRabbit. Okay. I don't know why in my head I kept thinking it was called Handy, and that's why it didn't do well, because it had a bad name. But maybe I'm thinking of something wrong. But the problem is, if we had an adventurers guild sort of a thing, it'd mostly be, you know, fixing sinks and putting together IKEA furniture. It wouldn't be adventurers, you know? Which maybe that's for the best. I don't know if I would want to go on an adventure. I guess bounty hunters, those are still a thing. You'd be a bounty hunter. It's a little dangerous. Wanted dead or alive, but you know, it's not dead. We don't do that. Fiverr. Fiverr is kind of like an adventure. Being an adventurer isn't as romantic as it sounds. Broadsword of Deep Wounds. The fact that these goblins are able to act with such impunity in sinking the beacon is another bad sign, though I doubt it alone will sway the Navy into providing any assistance. At the very least, I can deliver the company the news now, and you can help me with the Navy situation whenever you're ready for more duties. Oh, and take this sword too, for your service to the Kingdom of Anvil. One-handed longblade, damage health 10 to 20 points, damage agility 5 to 10. Oh, why is everything slash? It's slash and chop are the same. Why is it slash instead of chop? Game sucks. I had a great time assembling my own IKEA furniture. I'd love to get paid for it. I think IKEA does have, like if you go to IKEA, you can buy like professional assembly. It's expensive and it's not worth it, but you can do it. So they must have people either on their payroll or on retainer or like contracted out or something. Look into that. As frustrating as putting together IKEA furniture can be, sometimes I admire how they're able to create the instructions without any words, and it's still like it makes total sense. It's like perfect sense. Like you don't need to know how to read to put together IKEA furniture, and I think that's fantastic. There's something very artistic about being able to communicate things with pictures that can't be misconstrued and is easy to follow. I think it's commendable. Lego directions? Yeah, it's Swedish Lego. Wait, is Lego Dutch? Where's Lego from? Lego is Danish. Oh, okay. That's close. Same Europe. The Navy may not be willing to listen to a petition from me, but I think they'd consider sending out patrols again if Vassal Richton were to recommend it. He's one of St. Amiel Richton's descendants. He's a marshal for the Kingdom of Kvatch. I'm sure his job will be long and glorious. His name lends a lot of credibility in the Navy. My brother, Gracchus, recently invited him and Resarius Lynchel out to the St. Amiel Officers Club in Anvil for a little get-together. Now, since he doesn't know you, he might not be willing to talk to you directly, but I'm sure Gracchus would be willing to help you get his support with petitioning the Navy. All right, we're off to the Gentlemen's Club. Doesn't modern farm equipment require the internet? The equipment required some BS to fix. All I remember, and the farmers were pissed. Yeah, I'd be pissed. Why would you need internet connected tractors. Isn't it funny how you kind of know how reliable, like, I don't know what happened. I mean, I think I know what happened, but as time went on, the more a product pushed that it was a smart device, the easier it was to tell that it was unreliable. Like, oh, it's my smart light switch. Yeah, you go fuck yourself. I just want a switch. It doesn't need to be smart. I'm sick of it. Maybe that's my boomer take. But like, sometimes I just need a button. I don't need an app for everything. There's a washing machine. The LG washing machines have an app that you can connect to. So you could start your wash remotely. Now, do I need to explain why that's dumb? Why would you need to be able to start your washing machine from your phone? You need to be in front of the washing machine to put stuff into it. You're already there in front of the thing. What's the point? The only thing that would make sense for being smart is like those like oven refrigerator combos, so you can have like, you can keep your food cold in it until it's ready to cook, and then when you're on your way home from work, you could boop 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 on your phone and it could start cooking. But maybe it's not a good idea to have your oven on when you're not home. So, It also, your washing machine can tell you when it's done. Here's the funny thing. It doesn't. I tried to figure out how to get that app to do that. It doesn't tell you. It sucks. It's like, oh, you could download different wash cycles for it because you're going to use more than one. Does anybody ever normal go? Or like cold? Like, does anybody get cute with their wash cycles unless they're washing like one fancy thing once in a blue moon? It's like, oh, I have to wash this on delicate, but I only wear it like once every 5 months anyway. Otherwise, it's just socks, underwear, shirt, go. Like, ugh. Sometimes I feel like I'm a 90-year-old man. Kids these days, I swear. And I don't even get the whole argument of like, oh, it's to sell your data. What do they need to know? Oh, he washes his clothes once a week. You literally could have just asked me. I would have told you that. Like, oh, what a strange thing. Somebody washes their clothes once a week? Whoa. Maybe the issue is that it's a phone company that's trying to sell washing machines. It's a marketing gimmick. It's so when you try to fix the device yourself without going through their manufacturer, they could send a message back to their headquarters and void your warranty. LG doesn't even make phones anymore? Really? Oh. How do we make a smartphone smart? How do we make a smart smartphone? Oh, they beat us to it. It's almost as stupid as those stupid fridges with the pane of glass where you could like knock on it and you could see what's inside. If only there was another way to see what's inside my fridge.
Yes, sir.
I see I stand in good company. What can I do for you?
Paying your respects to Amiel Richton with a nice bottle of Curse 2, huh? Ha! I read that weird. We visited my grandparents this weekend, and every morning they struggle for like 20 minutes turning the radio on using Google Assistant. Doing it manual would be so much faster. Yeah, and sometimes the Google Assistant just forgets who you are. And it's like, oh, I don't recognize your voice. Go to your Google Home app to do whatever. It's like, I'm the only one talking to you. What? Is there a ghost? Is there a ghost using you too? Because if so, I'm pretty sure he's freaking sick of you as well. This is why I'm not worried about AI. Because even if it gets really good, it's going to get turned to shit anyway. Because that's just how it works. Corner the market and turn it to shit. Great. Now our AI is... our AI has anxiety. And it doesn't work right. Aw, damn. ChatGPT is neurotic. We fucked up. Emil Richton represents the best of the old empire. Back when the Colovians... oh no, I don't care about this. Cyrodiil, my sister sent you then. I must admit, I'm not thrilled that she's decided to bring her politicking into my friendships again. But I trust that she has a good reason for what she's doing. Anyway, you need to convince Vassal to hear out your proposition. I can help with that. But if you'd like to try and convince him yourself, you're welcome to do so. So, do you think you'll be needing my assistance right now? Also, I'm sick of touchscreens. You know what else is bothering me? Well, what I hate worse are buttons that pretend to be touchscreens. So the panel has, like, it looks like a flat panel, but there's buttons behind it, but the panel is always, like, off slightly. So you have to press the button, like, at the corner for it to actually work. Sure thing, Grandpa. Let's get you to bed. I like buttons. I don't know why. I want tactile. I need pushies. Like, touchscreen on a phone is fine because you want more real estate for the screen. I get that. But, like, I got this right here, right? This is a Stream Deck. Yeah? I can get something like this, like, as an app on my phone, but there's something about having actual buttons that's nice. Just to be able to push a button and be like, oh, whoa, huh, you know? It's cool. And I can feel, I don't have to look at it to know what I'm pressing. I can feel where the buttons are. Because it's got the little nubbin on the middle one. It has a little, the little thing. I don't know what you'd call them. The little, like the elevated nub. It's a nubbin. It's got the little nipple in the middle. Do you want grape or prune juice with your Metamucil? You're supposed to put the Metamucil in the juice. It doesn't go with it. It goes in it. How do I feel about the haptic feedback on the new iPhone home touch button? I don't have an iPhone, so I don't know. I'm going to be upset when they remove the power button from the side of phones. Like the actual button you have to push to power it on and off. I'd like to try to convince him yourself. Do you think you need my assistance right now? Yes. Very well. I should be able to get him to open up if you give me a few hours to talk with him. But I'll need you to bring me a bottle of Talon's Heritage Wine, that Redguard stuff, beforehand. He's picked up a fondness for it, and the bar here has none in stock. Ugh. If you can find one, maybe in one of Anvil's less high-end taverns, I could tell him that you're to thank for it. Not to mention that he'll be a lot more receptive to your suggestion if there's alcohol in his system when he hears about it. There's no home button on an iPhone, so how do you go home? Was there a home button on my phone? I mean, there's not a home button on this phone. It's on the touchscreen. This is an S21. But... Flick up from the bottom of the screen. Oh, I hate that. I hate that because it never works. And when it does work, it only works half. Like, it's like the problem is because the flick thing does like 2 different things, and you got to flick it from the right spot. Swipe gestures are the worst. Yeah. Did we learn nothing from the Wii? Motion controls suck. I don't care how good your gyroscopes in your phone are. I don't care how good they are at recognizing movement. Just give me a freaking button. What am I looking for? Looking for Talon's heritage. Find it in one of the lesser bars, mayhaps. My friend asked me to take a picture on his iPhone the other week, and I nearly went on a rant.
Any time now. Any time now.
I don't understand the whole allegiance to one or the other or whatever manufacturer of these phones. They're all the same. You just got to pick the one that's either cheapest or the one that has the least amount of bullshit in it.
Talk is free. What do you want?
There's a pub in the bazaar. Yeah, that's what I figured. Ah, here we go. Oh, he doesn't have it.
Ah, hello. Did you want something?
Maybe he has something to say about it, though? Nope. Group of radicals. It's a group of radicals. They keep squaring everything. Or they keep finding the roots of things.
All right. I'm listening.
The Abyss set has... Oh, right, the Abyss set, right. The place where you could play 9 holes.
Yes, Redguard.
Ah, nope. Ah. Burden, drain agility, and fortify health.
From where do you
If I can be
hail,
of
friend?
any...
The mod is gorgeous, by the way. Yeah, it's nice.
Yes.
They do good work.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, Unsweet Tea Moz Sticks. Unsweet Tea Moz Sticks, yeah. Go to the bar downstairs if you want to really understand that line. What, that they have everything?
If I can be of any...
Do they have TOS?
I see I stand in good company. What can I do for you?
Nope. Have I been downstairs? I haven't. Evidently.
Probably
Hello
wash
there.
up before you-
I'm seeing smoke.
For God's sake, you don't know where it's been.
Is there a skooma den?
Anytime.
Or is it wasn't there like a fight club that we're not supposed to talk about?
Speak freely, friend.
I'm all yours. Please go ahead.
Yeah, it's a fight pit. Yeah.
From where do you hail?
Phil Hill. Phil Hill.
It sounds unfamiliar.
Oh, he's cool. He's I'm pretty sure that's a World of Warcraft armor. It's a hunter. It's a hunter tier set.
What is it, Redguard?
Knight of Cups. Tiger this terrible. Who's this fighter? So stoic. Unmoving. Terrifying.
All right, I'm listening.
This is something we should do, maybe. Isn't there like a whole quest line? Their version of the arena from Oblivion.
What is this about?
I'm listening.
Well, that's interesting, but we got other fish to cook. You just say everything wrong.
What's
Are you using a
this
magical
about?
regen mod? No. The bar in the inner room? Well, we already got the wine we need. Why, is there something interesting in that bar?
Little baby like scumball, scumball.
He has skooma? Eh. Sweet moon sugar. I have the wine. I'll be occupied with Vassal for the next 3 hours. Come back when I'm done, and he'll be ready to talk to you.
I see I stand in
What the
good
hell are you gonna
company.
do?
What can I do for you? How can I help you?
How particular are you on leveling efficiency? Not in the slightest. A fine day to you, good fellow. I was just telling my friend Gracchus here how much I like to see a man of good manners, and how few of them you see around these days. Yes, Gracchus told me all about your situation with Marshal Telver and the petition. I'm willing to help, but I'll need you to recover my navy armor first. It's a little embarrassing to admit because the armor was a gift from the Navarch. But my boots, greaves, and cuirass were stolen right off my skiff. I don't know who the thieves were or where they went. I left to greet Gracchus, and Ricerius ended up talking and drinking here at the club rather too much, and then went back to pick up my things and to find the armor missing. They can't have gone far. I imagine you'll find someone who knows where they went if you ask around the garden quarter enough. It is quite good. Gracchus is a very aggressive sounding name. Yeah. Reminds me of the bird. A grackle. If moon sugar is truly sugar, is skooma extremely sweet? I don't know. I mean, you can smoke skooma, so or do you smoke moon sugar? I don't know.
Oh, did you want something?
I assume it's like it's like opium. All right, I gotta talk to people.
Speak freely, friend.
Yeah, I think Khajiit can consume moon sugar and skooma without like the serious effects.
Speak freely, friend. Good evening.
Who do I have to talk to about this? Maybe someone in here knows? Oh, there it is, navy armor. Haven't heard of it. I haven't heard of these
If I can
thieves,
be of
sorry.
any assistance, I'll be happy to help.
Yes?
Maybe Gracchus knows something. Nope.
Greetings.
There's a skooma addict in base Morrowind who is addicted, and you help get cured. He's a Khajiit. Oh. Maybe I'm confusing it with Hist Sap and Argonians. You know, both beast races have to have their own weird concoction.
All right, I'm listening.
Hello, cute knifer.
I'm all yours. Please go ahead.
Yes?
Keep away from this skiff. We've already had enough problems with thieves in this wretched city.
You want something?
Thieves like this are the stinking refuse you want to flush out
Speak
of the
freely,
city. Okay,
friend.
so they're probably in the sewers, but I want somebody in the game to tell me that. I think I saw a few shady-looking people heading away from the docks some time ago. Maybe they're the thieves you're looking for. They went into the sewers over in the marina somewhere. Okay, cool. Alright, who wants the blade? I can breathe underwater and my sword is made out of dreg legs. Do dreg have feet? Do crabs have feet? I would say so. Do crabs have hands? Do crab claws count as hands? Have I been here before? I have been here before. Big meaty claws. Precisely. What is a claw but just two big fingers? I hope I didn't already run into these NPCs and kill them. And forget to get the armor. This is a great door. Whoa.
You won't escape me that easily.
Yeah, is that right? I see Sabotia. 12 tones. Ah, the chromatic. He's a chromatic Argonian. And Ron. Wow. Is this the first person with a normal name in this game? Ron. Seriously, what other NPCs have regular names? It's just Ron. I guess Amelia. Isn't there an Amelia? Ah, here we go.
Yes, Redguard.
Jim Stacy is pretty normal. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jim Stacy. Yeah, Jim. The WoW character you saw in the Abyss set is called Willy. I don't like that. I don't like a Bosmer named Willy.
Not again. Do you want something from me?
Thank you very much, Cyrodiil. I'll be sure to be more careful with this in the future. But of course, you didn't do all this out of the kindness of your heart. I hereby pledge my support to Marshal Telver's petition, and I will be sure to put my influence to use soon. I wish you both luck dealing with those pirates, and hopefully, this will be settled whenever we meet again. He's supposed to be playing a character? Yeah.
I shouldn't have pushed.
Oh, if we join the fight pit and we start fighting people, if we break kayfabe, do we just start slaughtering everyone? And they're just like, what are you doing, you maniac? My mercantile skill increased by 2. You get fired if you kill anyone? Oh, that's boring. You convinced him to lobby the Navy on our behalf. Very good, Cyrodiil. Even if they don't listen to him, this ought to show everyone that I and the Kingdom fully intend to do something about this plague of piracy. Take this as your payment. Everybody knows that piracy is a service problem. And let me show you a thing or two about how to negotiate with people. You ought to find it useful if you intend to serve Anvil much further. Nessa Konina, I remember her, recently approached me with a request for aid. Didn't we just arrest her husband? She wants to prove that... Oh, yeah. I should have kept reading. She wants to prove that her husband, Byrne, is innocent, so he can be released from jail. Nessa has claimed that this whole affair is a misunderstanding, or even a deliberate act of framing. She says that Byrne isn't a smuggler, and only resisted arrest because he was scared of going to jail. I'm not sure if I really believe her, but I'd at least like you to look into this and see if there's any evidence for her claims. I'd recommend tracking down Jafan in Anvil and questioning him again, maybe in a louder voice, maybe intimidating him a bit, to see if he left anything out before.
Well met.
Knife in the back. Where is Jafan? Oh, he's in Anvil. We're not in Anvil right now. Where would Jafan be?
What was that?
Where in Anvil might we find him? Probably hiding out somewhere, trying to keep to himself. But he was a smuggler. So he's probably still working with the more seedy parts of Anvil. So I'm guessing he might be in Little Arenthia, the more impoverished region of Anvil. My best guess. I'm on guard duty. Or I'm guarding the Sea Elf store. Oh, a Sea Elf. You didn't hear this from me, but they're holding the owner of the store in Fort Telodrak for questioning. The Navy has reason to believe he's connected to a recent attack on their ships. Sea Elves.
I stand in good company. What can I do for you?
I haven't heard of anybody by that name recently.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Do you know Jafan?
Well, I'm listening, so go ahead.
Will she have something new to say if I give her money? Nope. How about you? Nope.
All right, I'm listening.
So did you know Jafan is actually a cake?
If I can help, I
What's
will, but
yours?
don't
Or is actually a cookie, because if he was a cake, it would the taxes would be higher. Hello, naked man.
Can
Nope.
you ask your question quickly?
P-Class, thank the divines you're here. I think there's a little mistake there.
So, where are you from?
Oh, I thought it was a face. That's boots. Am I thinking of Jaffa cakes? That's what I said. Jaffan.
Go ahead, stranger.
Jaffan cakes. The hell's Jaffa?
From where do you hail?
Where's Jaffa cake?
friend?
Why doesn't every NPC
From
know
where
everything
do
I
you
need to know
hail,
when I don't know it? Maybe the innkeeper would know. Innkeepers tend to know things. He doesn't.
So,
He sucks.
where are you from?
Yes, Redguard.
I'm listening. Speak freely, friend.
Oh, my lucky amulet. His lucky amulet. Oh, I thought they were all just talking about their own lucky amulets.
I'm listening.
Where's the Thieves Guild in Anvil? Isn't it somewhere in Little Orenthia? In the bathhouse? Maybe somebody in the bathhouse knows. Even smugglers, but maybe he's hanging up his he's leaving his life a crime, and he's symbolically gonna go clean himself by actually cleaning himself.
Yes.
Pixar face.
Yes?
Yes.
You've got my ear, let's hear it.
One of the taverns.
If I can be of any assistance, I'll be happy to help.
Can't say I've heard of him, but someone new to the city with not a lot of money to his name might end up in one of the seedier taverns. Try looking around here in the port quarter or Little Orenthia. Okay, that was in there. The Astrological Society. The trading company, office, port quarters, Wayfarer building, Goldenrod House. Apothecary, pawnbroker, the Sailor's Fluke. Is that a tavern? That sounds like the name of a tavern. Poison crafting turns alchemy into an offensive skill and allows you to apply any potion to a weapon. It also makes alchemy equipment usable as a world item. I wonder if there's a way to make it with OpenMW by treating alchemy like enchanting, so you can just enchant arrows. And just, like, so you're quote-unquote poisoning it, but really you're just transferring the effect of the potion to an arrow.
Sorry, stranger. My time is short, so...
And just give arrows infinite enchanting capacity or something. That way you can pre-poison a ton of arrows. Oh wait, why did I... Well, let's check this one. Oh no, we're already here. Can you already enchant arrows? I don't know. You can get enchanted arrows, and you can buy those area of effect arrows. I know the crafting module of the apocalypse mod, the zombie apocalypse mod. It had poison crafting, and you could enchant, quote unquote, enchant things with poison. Basically, you poison items by placing poison enchants on them. I wonder if something similar can be done with potions. Basically, instead of like using the potion on the item, the potion is used up and then an enchantment is placed on the arrow. Or it could be placed on like a set of 10 arrows or something. I wonder if that could be done with OpenMW.
Anytime you're ready. Just don't keep me waiting.
Here's
Anything
Jafan.
I can do for you?
Cyrodiil, it's good to see you again. Did you stop by just to chat with me, or were you on your way to do something else? You'll break his jaw. Burned is innocent. What? No. He's definitely a lookout for the smugglers. Oh, it's Nessa. She's the true culprit. She's behind the entire smuggling ring. I don't know who went and told you. Wow, there's a car outside that's loud. Told you some nonsense like that, but it isn't true. I know who I worked with. Maybe it was his twin. There we go. Okay, fine. I'll tell you the truth about the smugglers. Look, I agreed to get caught with a few goods and end up in jail, right? And when some shiny new adventurer came down to question me, I'd be only happy to help out with his investigation. Why Burned did it. He's got a good vantage point. He's got information. The whole thing is nice and clean. But all that was so that you wouldn't pay attention to Cairo Gavis. He's the real lookout. The farmhand who works for the Koininas. For the Koninas? The Koninas. Now are you happy? I think you're still lying. It's a good thing I've got, Oh, damn it, I don't. I thought I had repair tongs. Could have pulled off his nipples. Always spam the space and enter keys? Oh, I always spam... Well, that's admire, because admire doesn't work all the time. Especially if you have low speechcraft. Bribing, though. Money. Money is the universal language. Wait. Oh, their last name was Konina. Oh. Okay.
My patience is limited.
I have ridiculously high speechcraft and admire still fails too often. I think there's like a bell curve sort of a thing with the admire, where if their disposition's really low and really high, it has a very low chance of it working. But like in the middle, it typically like pushes towards the positive. So he really was innocent the whole time, and Jafan was lying about all of it. He must have let himself be captured so that he could feed false information to us. Yes, that's what he said. Well, I feel I owe Burned an apology. I feel that Burned is owed an apology then, but I'm sure he'd appreciate the more concrete gesture of freeing him from jail. But he resisted arrest, so he has to stay in jail now. Go to the guardhouse, have him released, and come back. He resisted arrest on false pretenses, so that means this is a crime. So that we can discuss how to deal with Cairo come back to me afterwards so we can discuss how to deal with Cairo Gavis. I think Cairo Gavis... Oh, I'm thinking Kylo Ren. These Star Wars names. Burned technically still assaulted you.
What's your story?
That is true. But I'm not a cop, so... Oh, actually, no. I'm an intendant. Or... Yeah. I was a bailiff. So...
I'm all yours, please.
Gotta execute him.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Liam. So Marshal Telver says I'm free. Thank you for helping. Thank you for your help getting me released, Cyrodiil, and also arresting me. But I would rather have not been arrested in the first place. I am glad to be able to go back home to Nessa and my farm now. We should have done this before we did the whole nonsense with the other guy. No, arrest them first. Ask questions later. It's good that you freed Burned. Yep. Duties. Nessa Konina recently approached me with a request for aid. She wants you to prove... I already did this.
You seem like very good company.
Oh, she was heading towards the guardhouse to meet you there. Okay. So that's the problem with teleporting. You miss people. You teleport, you miss people, and then you end up being 15 minutes late.
What's your story?
Do you have 3 T's in it? No, it's 2. Yeah, recall kind of screwed me there a little bit. Cyrodiil, I need to speak with you urgently. Cairo Gavis. He ran away so that you and Marshal Telver couldn't investigate him. And why do you know this? And he burned down our house before he left. I have no idea where he ran to, but you should report back to the Marshal immediately. Okay. What? The Konina farmhouse was burned down, and Cairo disappeared. This is outrageous. Take these as a reward for your work, but speak to me again as soon as you can to assist with your next duties. This crime cannot go unpunished, and I have been too lenient with these smugglers for too long. We got a silver longbow and 5 arrows of unexpected diplomacy. Oh, I hope the enchantment on these is funny.
Go ahead. I'm
Calm humanoid.
all ears.
Calm down. It's my morphine-laced arrows. Track down Cairo Gavis. Go to his hut by the ruins of the Konina farmhouse, if you weren't already aware, and look through his belongings to see if they could provide any clues of where he might have fled to. Once you determine his location, return to me immediately. He was their farmhand. Ah.
If I can be of any assistance, I'll be happy to help.
I probably should have asked who that was when I was talking to someone. Yeah, I was about to say, he burned down their house, but not his house where the evidence is. Well, if he was smart, he wouldn't be a smuggler, would he? Now, if he were smart, he wouldn't be a smuggler's lookout. Jafan says farmhand. Oh. Well, the problem is when I read out loud, I don't pay attention to half the stuff I'm saying. Because I have to focus like 90% of my effort into actually saying the words. And even then, it's not that good. That's why if you ever watch like a Let's Play or something, and they're reading the dialogue out loud, and then they immediately don't know what to do, it's because they were reading it, but they weren't reading it. They were dictating it, but they weren't absorbing the information. Basically, the words were coming into their eyes and leaving their mouth immediately, bypassing the brain completely. Wow, that was a very effective fire. Oh, it's locked. How am I going to get in? Let me level up. Evidence. Reslav the Righteous. Iron Rye. A knife. Ah. He has weapons. What was he planning? A note. Bad news, Cairo. It's time to come back to Wormusul. Oh, didn't we kill these guys? From what you've told us, it seems like the guards are either onto you or will be very soon. And while I'm sure you prefer being out of fresh air and sunshine, being out in the fresh air and sunshine, you won't get either if you're locked up in the Chirac jail. Fully voiced Morrowind would be odd, but I think some people would be a bit iffy on the AI portion of it. I'm not interested in the AI voiced mod for Morrowind. I don't know. It's just there's too much dialogue. It'd take forever. Like, just to listen. So a voice mod for Almalexia? Well, she has voice lines. Not all of her lines are voiced, but she has quite a few. You've done good work so far, but we all knew it had to end someday. So pack up everything you need, burn that farmhouse to the ground, and run home as fast as you can. We'll be waiting. Okay, so the fact that they said burn that farmhouse to the ground, I bet they thought that... They were probably telling him to burn his farmhouse down. And he's just stupid. It fully voiced her, though. It didn't sound weird either. Yeah, there's something about the... I think any weirdness that would come through is like easily brushed off because of how old Morrowind is. So it could just feel like artifacts, like vocal art or like sound artifacts from like old compression. But also the gods have an effect added to their voice, so any of the AI hiccups kind of disappears. That's why the Dagoth voice, AI voice, is so good in the memes. Because he's very, he's got good diction. He's got the effect on his voice, and his voice is very, like, not monotone, but pretty, it's not very dynamic. Doesn't have a huge change in range. Have you investigated his house? Yes, I did. Was there more I was supposed to find? Damn it all. Or did I not take the note? I forgot to take the note, didn't I? I forgot to take that out. I'm not a smart man. Pearls. Cure common disease. Okay. Dried figs, so he's probably in cahoots with that gross gremlin we killed. Flint and steel. Ah. He did burn it down. That fiend. What did you find out about Cairo Gavis? He ran away to a hideout at Remusul. Where can I find a person sleep for free in Old Ebonheart? You can just run outside of Old Ebonheart and sleep. Or rest. I don't know about for free. The sewers, you bum. Go sleep in the sewers. I suppose that's good for our purposes then, since trying to negotiate with these smugglers only ended up with an innocent man in jail and a house burned down to the ground. This next task for you is rather simple. Go to Wormasil, Sul, and kill everyone there. Make sure that Cairo and Yarnu are both dead.
You seem like very good company.
Oh, we got the Telvor crypt key as well. We've been to Wormasil. Yeah, because we went through it and then we ended up inside somebody's crypt. Right, was that the same one?
So, where are you from?
New guys spawn in. Yeah, I figured as much. You already killed Iranu too. Just ahead of everything. Oh, you're never gonna believe it. I already killed the man you wanted me to kill. You're under arrest? Oh, I don't think so. Unless you want to be one of the people I killed as well. You can't stop me. God and anime has the power of me on their side. Is there something through here? Like here, a tunnel. Is that the place you couldn't get past a strongly locked door? I don't remember. But we're kind of going backwards. Yeah, I think when I went through the secret passage, I was like, secret passage, because I'm a millennial. And Avatar. Can I make this jump? It doesn't even matter. There's nothing over there. Aha. This is where we killed those guys. You know, I wonder how the legal process would work in regard, like imagine, like, so right now in, you know, in modern society, we don't have the whole wanted dead or alive thing. We've moved beyond that. You know, political things aside. If you killed a person, and then, before anybody knew they were dead, a warrant was put out for them to be caught dead or alive, would you get in trouble for murder if you tell them that you killed them? Already? Like, oh yeah, I already killed them. It was like a week ago. Like, would it be best to create a law that, like, preemptively... Like, so people don't preemptively kill people, hoping there'd be, like, a wanted dead or alive thing put out for them? So, like, it would still be illegal? Would they know you did it prior to the warrant? Let's say yes. Let's say they write up the warrant, and then you look at it, and you're like, oh, I already killed this guy. Because you're an idiot. Instead of, like, going away for a week and then coming back. Because you could do that with some of these quests. They'll be like, go kill Ted. And then it's like, oh, I already killed him. Oh, cool. Although I guess there's already, the bounty's already there. Why is it raining inside? Oh, this is cozy. I like this. Was it self-defense? Sure. Dog the bounty hunter was literally doing that, just arresting them. Well, I mean, bounty hunters are a real thing. In the real world. We just don't have bounties that are wanted dead or alive. Because that's a whole can of worms. They attacked you first. Let's assume they didn't. Let's assume I just wanted to murder someone, and then it just so happened that there was a warrant put out for their wanted dead or alive or whatever, like a week later. Depends who you're reporting to. Will they even investigate to make sure you killed the person at the right time? Like, he looks extra rotten for somebody who was just killed. I don't know. Ah, NPCs. Greetings. Did you burn down that farmhouse? Yes, you did. Kylo Ren. It's a blunt weapon. Yeah, it's not self-defense, but the point is, like, the whole wanted dead or alive thing. It's like, oh, you go kill them and get them. It doesn't have to be self-defense. They're just wanted dead or alive. This place is very choppy. The people you're reporting to try to convince you to say it was self-defense. It was self-defense, right? I don't know. It was self-defense, right? Listen, I may be a murderer, but I'm no liar. What court of law are we referring to? Probably a shitty one. I don't want to live, you know, under a legal system that has wanted dead or alive posters posted everywhere. Say Cyrodiil. She instructed me to... Did we already kill Iarnu? Oh. The LGBT Dremora. I do like them. I wish they had swords, though. The FBI has a wanted dead or alive. The FBI has wanted dead or alive posters. Is it wanted dead or alive though? Because isn't that vigilante, like, extrajudicial executions? I know they have, like, most wanted, but I don't know if they're dead or alive. I think it's implied alive.
You seem like very good company.
All right. Yep. I already killed the Arnu. They're both dead. Thank you for doing what the Navy wouldn't, Cyrodiil. Nintendo or Sega does what Nintendo don't. You've dealt a, I don't know why that. You've dealt a serious blow to the smuggling in Stark Isle, on Stark Isle, and with any luck, would be. I mean, the smugglers have been dead except for their lookout for ages. So that lookout wasn't really doing anything for a while. They have a terrorist that have dead or alive distinction, but you have to be recognized by the court of law to be allowed to pursue them. Well, that's probably that's probably for the case of like trying to catch them will result in like a firefight, you know. But I'm guessing that it probably doesn't apply to like I don't even know. That's probably like really special circumstances. Killing someone in a dead or alive situation wouldn't be a crime because you didn't know there was a bounty. Just because you didn't know there was a bounty. No, what I'm saying is the bounty didn't exist until after you killed him. They didn't know he was dead, and then they put the bounty out for him, and then you collect the bounty even though you killed the person for like totally unrelated reasons, just because you wanted to kill a guy. Take these boots and these greaves too. I hope they'll be helpful if you should run across any more smugglers in your travels. Greaves of Justice and Boots of whatever that was. Boots of Calm Waters, water walking 60 seconds, Fortify Personality 60 seconds. Okay, cool. Greaves of Justice, Heavy Armor. What am I? My Greaves of 34. Fortify Strength and Attack 30 points each. That's not terrible. They're unused, but yeah, we'll take them. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need those. Anything else? No more duties. Okay. We're in Chirac.
I don't recall using teleportation, and yet there I was, alone.
God damn it. I forgot where I was. So like in the situation of, say you killed a serial killer who had a bounty for information leading to their whereabouts. You lead the police to the site where you stashed the body to collect said bounty. Now I'm thinking like, what if you're a serial killer and you kill like a drug lord who happened to be wanted dead or alive? Oh, no. You kill a drug lord, and then a week after you kill the drug lord, the court decides to sign a dead or alive warrant for that drug lord. Would you get in trouble for murder because you murdered them before it was legal to do so? Or would they just be like, yeah, whatever?
Good hunting.
Yes?
See, and this is probably why the whole dead or alive thing doesn't actually exist. One of the many reasons. It's a little complicated. All right, so I think the last thing we have to do for the Kingdom of Anvil is, I think there's 2 more quests for the Queen, but I suspect those quests are kind of long because one of them is stopping a coup, and that might be an ordeal. So we'll go back to Goldstone. We'll talk to her, see what she has to say. Now, what if somebody were wanted, not dead or alive, but just alive, but you kidnapped them a week before the warrant was put out, and you had them in captivity for whatever reason, and then you learn, oh, the guy I got kidnapped is wanted. Would you get in trouble for kidnapping? You would get in trouble? Okay. Rats. I'll be right back. These are all hypothetical questions? Yeah. Hypothetical. What if the bounty was a ruse to trick you? Ah. There you go.
Talk is free. What do you want?
Yes, you have certainly earned advancement in recognition of your service to the Kingdom of Anvil, and with respect to the skill you've shown in the course of your duties, I name you Cyrodiil, Seneschal of Anvil. May your title inspire all to grant you the respect you deserve. Prince Enman Septim has come to Anvil on vacation. As Prince of the Empire, we are obligated to treat him, this is what a queen sounds like, with due deference. Still, his arrival poses some challenges. First, it makes action against Herius Thimistral unacceptably risky, politically speaking. And hello, cat. Hi, good boy. And second, it provides an opportunity for Herius or his allies to sway Cyrodiil City against us. Why do they call it Cyrodiil City? That's so weird. The Emperor has been very understanding of my position as Queen Regent. But a few words in the prince's ear could change that. Therefore, ushering Enman out of the city must be our first priority. It's a result of all the inbreeding. In this situation, the quickest way to get rid of him is to give him what he came for. On my behalf, I would like you to invite Enman out to drink, gamble, and do whatever else he fancies. This will ingratiate him with us and, through your presence, ensure that Herius cannot get access to him. Prince Enman is currently visiting the St. Emil Officers Club as a guest of the kingdom. He will expect you to purchase the drinks. Be prepared.
I'm not busy now. What do you need?
All right, I think we'll do this tomorrow. So thank you for joining me, everyone. The cat has come to say goodbye. That's why he's here. He knew we were ending, so he came to say hello and then goodbye. Right, good boy? Yeah?
Not a lot of pretty ladies around here.
You gonna bite me? Ah. I will see you tomorrow. Take care, everyone. I don't know how long this is gonna take tomorrow. If it doesn't take very long, maybe we'll figure it out. Play by ear. Ear, air, ear, R.